WehoTV checking in to check if you can hear me. Good evening, everyone. The West Hollywood City Council meeting will begin in about 7 minutes. It's 5:53, so please remain on mute and have your camera off unless you are a council member, the city attorney, or the city manager. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. In an effort to protect public health and prevent the spread of COVID-19, AB 361 has authorized public meetings to take place via teleconference because state and local officials are recommending measures to promote social distancing. The City Council meeting is being conducted via teleconference on the city's website and is also provided on a wide array of streaming media platforms to offer access to the public to the fullest extent possible. WehoTV staff have confirmed that this City Council meeting is currently streaming successfully on Spectrum Channel 10 and online at weho.org/WehoTV. In addition, and as a courtesy, this meeting is also successfully streaming on the city's YouTube channel at youtube.com/WehoTV and on Roku, Apple TV, Fire TV, and Android TV. WehoTV staff monitor this broadcast on all platforms throughout the meeting and will notify the city clerk and council should broadcast disruptions arise. Please do not interrupt the live meeting by calling or texting the city council about difficulties viewing the meeting. If you are experiencing viewing difficulties while watching this live stream, please reload the page or visit weho.org/WehoTV to access our official live stream and to view a list of other available streaming options. In addition, you may call in to listen to this meeting by dialing 669-900-6833. The meeting ID is 873-1737-5561, and then press the pound sign. Please understand that internet speeds, device reliability, third-party platform reliability, and individual or personal technical issues are out of the scope of this broadcast. WehoTV staff has published a guide at weho.org/WehoTV to troubleshoot your connection. If you are having difficulties connecting to the meeting, you can also call 323-848-3151. Thank you. We have about 2 more minutes. Mayor?
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Hi, Mayor. Hi, Mayor Pro Tem.
Hey, Councilmember Erickson, how are you?
Just dandy. Uh-oh, another council member.
Hi, Councilmember Horvath.
Okay, and do we also have Councilmember D'Amico?
He is in the meeting.
Okay,
Uh,
can't see that face.
I wish we could go and move the blocks to different positions. Not just a pin, but we need the move feature.
I know
An
it.
email to Zoom.
Adam City Clerk is Councilmember D'Amico. I know you said he's in the meeting. Is he?
Here, he should be on your screen. I
Okay.
see him.
Oh, okay. Oh, there he is. He's on my second. He's on in the second wave. Alrighty. Well, it is 6:01, and we are going to call this meeting to order. Monday, December 20th, regular City Council meeting. Can I please have Rachel Resnick of NCJW lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Good evening, everyone. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much, Rachel. And can I please have a roll call?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember D'Amico.
Yes.
Councilmember Erickson.
Here.
Councilmember Horvath.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Shine.
Present.
Mayor Meister.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Wonderful. Okay, and now we're going to look at approval of the agenda. Does staff have any changes today?
There are no changes from staff.
All righty. Do any of my colleagues have any suggested changes? I see Councilmember Erickson's hand up.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm going to try and move a couple items to consent, so I'll go slow. I'm going to start in the C's, fives. So the 5C, resolution adopting the program planning summary for community development block grant funds for fiscal year 2022 and 2023.
I'm good with that. How are my colleagues? Are we good? Okay, very good. We have next.
I'm happy to. I was going to see if we could move 5B, which is the application and participation in the Home Key program.
I'm good with that. My colleagues?
And I'm going to try and go 3 for 3 if possible. And it's going to be 5A, and that's the funding allocations for transportation related items.
Okay, I'm good with that. I see MPT is good with it, and I see Councilmember Horvath shaking her head. Councilmember D'Amico? Great. Okay, so we have so far 5A, 5B, 5C moved to consent. Councilmember Horvath.
I'm going to try two more if we could. Wanted to see if we could move item 4A to consent. That is unfinished business on the final climate action and adaptation plan.
I actually have questions for staff on that one. It won't take long, but I think it needs to stay on where it is. But thank you.
Okay, and I was going to see if we could also move item 5D to consent with approving recommendations 1 and 2 and having recommendations 3 and 4 get combined with the other items that staff is evaluating from our November Public Safety City Council meeting.
I'd like to keep it on and have a discussion if that's okay.
Okay. I
Great.
try.
Okay. And what about item 4B, update regarding in-person events? Anybody up for that?
I'll make my comments during my council member comments, Mayor. I just have a couple comments.
Okay. Anybody else?
Yeah, I have thank you, Mayor. I have comments too and direction, which we could put on consent. And if we don't all agree, we could just take it off.
I'd prefer to leave it on for discussion if we could. Thanks.
Okay. Great. Okay, so 4B stays where it is. So then I have 5A, 5B, and 5C moving to consent. Is that correct? I think that's it. Okay. Great. So can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Okay.
Second, great. Roll call, please.
Thank you. We have a motion from Councilmember Erickson and a second from Mayor Pro Tem Shine to approve tonight's agenda, adding items 5A, 5B as in boy, and 5C to the consent calendar item. So everyone who signed up to speak on those items will move to the first public comment period. I will now take a roll call vote. Councilmember D'Amico.
Yes.
Councilmember Erickson.
Yes.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Shine.
Yes.
Mayor Meister.
Yes,
The motion passes.
wonderful. Okay, do we have any adjournment motions this evening? Councilmember Horvath, do you want to begin?
Thank you, Mayor. I have 2 adjournments this evening. I'd first like to adjourn in memory of Anne Rice, who was an American author best known for her series of Gothic novels, The Vampire Chronicles. Her first novel, Interview with the Vampire, became a bestseller in 1976 and kicked off the Chronicle series. The success of her books, over 40 novels, is widely credited with fueling a revival of interest in all things vampiric, which has been reflected on the big and small screens. Her books gained wide popularity within the LGBTQ community, and Anne was an advocate for equality and gay rights. And I know that her son Christopher has been a resident of West Hollywood. We extend our condolences to him and his entire family at this difficult time. I'd also like to adjourn in memory of Henry Orenstein, who was a Holocaust survivor, who as a teenager lived through 5 concentration camps and suffered through his parents and siblings being killed. After emigrating to the United States, he eventually started a company that became the Topper Corporation, which was at one point the 4th largest toy company in the United States. Topper made the Susie Homemaker line of miniature appliances, the Johnny Lightning Matchbox toy cars, and many other popular toys from that era. Henry held over 100 patents, including the Transformers toy line. He revolutionized the game of poker by inventing the table camera used to show poker players hole cards on televised tournaments, and he's been inducted into the Poker Hall of Fame. Henry was the uncle of Beverly Hills Vice Mayor Lily Bosse, and we extend our condolences to Lily and her entire family at this difficult time. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Erickson?
Thanks so much, Mayor. I have one. That is for Loretta Bernard, who is the mother to Jeremy Bernard, who is known in our community. She died in November 28th, 2021 at the age of 94. She was born July 14th, 1927 to Charles Dewey and Ruby Loretta Utterback. She was predeceased by her husband and her son, Jeffrey Reed Bernard. She is survived by her sister, Martha Erderbach, and sons, Michael D. Bernard and wife, Teresa Pollock, all of San Antonio, and Jeremy Bernard of Los Angeles, California, and by her grandson, Samuel Atticus Pollock Bernard, and granddaughter, Sophia Rose Bernard.
Thank you, Councilmember Erickson. Mayor Pro Tem? No. Councilmember D'Amico?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to adjourn in memory of a writer, Eve Babbitts, who lived in West Hollywood. She was famous in the 60s and 70s for her critique, somewhat gossipy, of Hollywood and everything Los Angeles. She was sort of a version of Joan Didion, and she lived in our own city. And when I had campaigned my first time, I met her, and we had a really amazing sort of chit chat in her home. And I just wanted to read a couple of quotes of Eve's that I thought might capture her spirit and her memory. She wrote in Black Swans, a collection of stories, "Hollywood, after all, is the home of those whom silent star Mae Murray called the self-enchanted. And having grown up in Hollywood, I've known a lot of self-enchanted people. Not since the pharaohs thought they were gods have so many human beings believed that they themselves, and not their publicists or destiny or some larger force, were responsible for the fact that so many other human beings worshiped them." And she also wrote, "We live in a world where whoever sedates us with the most glamour and captures our imaginations with the greatest intensity becomes history." So Eve, your words about our Los Angeles and our West Hollywood are much appreciated, and may your memory be a blessing. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember D'Amico. I'd like to adjourn in memory of Gerald Judson Lunn, father of the city's PIO, Sherry Lunn, who passed away from natural causes on December 2nd at age 96. Jerry was born in 1925 in New Brunswick, Canada. A member of the greatest generation, he became a US citizen and fought in the US Navy in World War II. He settled in Highland Park in the 1950s and was known for his hands-on skills. If you needed a handyman, he was your guy. He retired from Alcoa Aluminum Company in the 1980s and enjoyed trips to Santa Anita Racetrack and walks through the neighborhood. He loved being a roadie for the Dyke March here in West Hollywood when his daughter was its events director in the early 2000s. A husband, brother, uncle, and father of 3 children with 3 grandchildren, more than a half dozen granddogs, and 2 recently born great-granddaughters, Jerry was beloved for his kind soul and helpful, friendly disposition. Our condolences to Sherry and the entire Lunn family. And with that, and with no objection, those will be our adjournments. All right, I do believe Mayor Pro Tem has a presentation for us this evening.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. If Haas is on, can you turn on your camera, Haas? Hi. I have the absolute pleasure to present a proclamation to an extraordinary woman who I had the pleasure of meeting about 6 to 8 months ago, whose energy was so vibrant when we met. Little did I know what an incredible advocate she has been for our community. So with that said, Professor Hazmik Araklian, whereas I'm just going to say Professor Haas. Professor Haas is a psychology professor at Los Angeles Valley College in Van Nuys. And in addition to her role in educating students, she has made it a priority to be an advocate for the LGBTQ community on and off campus. And since she started teaching at Valley College in 2014, Professor Haas has created the first LGBTQ+ curriculum, an intro to LGBTQ+ studies class in all of the 9 LA district colleges, and she established the Genders and Sexualities Alliance Club on campus. And she secured a 700 book LGBTQ+ library featuring both fiction and nonfiction award-winning books written by and about the LGBTQ community, and established a Rainbow Pride Scholarship using her own personal funds as seed money. And Professor Haas advocated for the college to establish non-gendered restrooms. And although this proposal faced opposition from some faculty and district members who feared it would lead to student misconduct, she succeeded in pushing the college to establish non-gendered restrooms in every building. And in addition to serving as an advocate for the LGBTQ+ community and women's empowerment, Professor Haas provides counseling with a specialization in lesbian relationships and relationships in general, and trains future therapists on how to conduct therapy with LGBTQ+ individuals. And she utilizes her psychology and legal degrees to lead LGBTQ+ sensitivity training for faculty and staff at LA Valley College and various universities and other organizations throughout the area. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of West Hollywood hereby recognizes Professor Haas for her dedication to supporting students and advocating on behalf of LGBTQ+ individuals at LA Valley College and in the greater Los Angeles community.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Seppi. This is a wonderful honor, and I wanted to say I'm deeply thankful for this, and this has a deepest meaning for me. This honor is very meaningful and very special to me, because when I came to United States 17 years ago from Armenia as an Armenian lesbian, West Hollywood accepted and invited and embraced me with open arms. And since that, West Hollywood became my home. This is where I met most of my friends. This is where I have my family by heart, met my extended family. And West Hollywood represents being authentically you, and loving yourself and loving whoever you want to love. And this is part of my work as well. And I, as part of my educational process, this is also what I want to do. I want to inspire, I want to educate, I want to help individuals to be authentically themselves and be who they are, because that's the basis for unconditional love. That's the basis for happiness. So thank you so much, Seppi, and everyone, for this wonderful honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Can't wait to continue seeing what you do and how you inspire so many.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Dr. Haas.
Thank you, Mayor Lauren. Thank you.
And now we're going to move on to public comment. The City Council values your comments. However, pursuant to the Brown Act, Council cannot take action on items not listed on the posted agenda. The public comment period is limited to 20 minutes, with 2 minutes allotted for each speaker. This public comment period is to address the City Council on consent calendar items, other agenda items, or items of general interest within the jurisdiction of the City Council. Another period is also reserved for general comment later in the meeting for those that cannot be heard at this time. Public hearing testimony will only be taken at the time of the hearing. And Madam City Clerk, do we have some people to speak at public comment?
We do, Mayor. Our first speaker is Rachel Resnick. Rachel, there you go. Go ahead, Rachel.
Hello again, everyone. Thank you for having us tonight. I'll be speaking on consent item 2V, the city's initiative for a guaranteed income pilot program. Thank you to Council for supporting this critical work and this initiative. We're grateful to be partnering with the Strategic Initiatives Division and with the Center for Guaranteed Income Research to bring the critical work of guaranteed income to the city of West Hollywood. And thank you to the current mayor and to the former mayor for joining Mayors for Guaranteed Income, a really critical piece in moving this forward. We look forward to collaborating with many of the city's nonprofit partners to serve the needs of WeHo seniors. Through our work with the city's rental assistance project, especially over the last 20 months of the COVID pandemic, we are keenly aware of the needs of so many city residents to be able to lead lives of dignity and comfort while being able to remain in the community that they call home. And through our work right now with our current GI pilot for caregivers, we've really been able to see the immediate impact that receiving guaranteed income can mean for people, for taking sick leave for work when they don't have paid sick leave, car repairs, taking care of their children, taking care of elderly parents. It's incredibly important to give people this opportunity. We're really grateful to Council for prioritizing this work, again, for joining MGI and the nationwide push to recognize the importance and opportunity in providing guaranteed income for our community members. We really look forward to this partnership and for continuing in our collaboration with the city and with all of you. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Rachel.
Thank you, Rachel. Our next speaker this evening is August Miller. August, if you would like, you may turn on your camera. Otherwise, there you go. You will have 2 minutes.
Yes, hi. Hello, everyone. Thank you for taking public comments. I'm just a concerned citizen in favor of bus lanes on La Brea, so item 2M, I believe. Moved to Los Angeles a year ago, spent a lot of time in West Hollywood and Laurel Canyon currently. And just in terms of livability and, increased uptake of bicycling, e-bikes, and then more generally public transportation and alternatives to cars. It's been quite a shock moving to LA and to West Hollywood, which has a pretty decent reputation for being pedestrian and things like that, but there's still a lot there that's to be done. And so I really wanted to put in a good word for what I think would be a great example on La Brea, which would hopefully then spread to Santa Monica Boulevard, Sunset, and other avenues that I have to take with an e-bike today, and which is, somewhat dangerous, let's put it that way. So originally from Paris, which is going through its own transformation, and I would love to see Los Angeles become a somewhat modern urban setting. Thank you.
Thank you, August. Our next speaker this evening is Adam Darvish. Adam, you may turn on your camera, or there you go. I see you. Go ahead. Thank you.
Adam Darvish, a resident. Good evening, Mayor Meister and Mayor Pro Tem Shrine and Council. I was expecting to see more red on the screen, but maybe next year. I tried and I made up for you. Got a red frame glasses that are ordered by error, so I have those on. But I'm calling tonight to make comments on 2 items. One is to celebrate and recognize December. That is already our national national recognition for human rights at the national level and universal for someone that his rights had been violated at young age and had to leave family at young age that were violated while they remained at home, and a dad that became a political prisoner for losing his freedom of speech. Was captured as a political prisoner for 5 years that I've talked about, but also coming to New York and this country and being profiled and being forced to pick a middle name, Adam, because my first name was a problem, would associate me with my national origin and all of that. So I'd really, truly take this to heart this month and every day of the year and remind my friends that have not experienced that in America. And also tell them that America is the best country in my mind, although we may have some concerns, but today still a better place than many other countries, more transparent. I also wanted to thank you for item 2Y for recognition of the slavery, national slavery and human trafficking prevention. I know all of you are focused on human rights and these topics. So this is an important topic for all of us. Thank you so much and happy holidays.
Thank you, Adam. Same to you. Our next speaker this evening is Carla Leva. Carla, please press *6 or turn on your camera, and you will have 2 minutes to provide comments. Okay, Carla must have left the meeting. Our next speaker will be Jordan David. Jordan, if you would like, you may turn on your camera. Otherwise, you can press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hi, this is Jordan David, calling from occupied Tongva land, and I'm a voter in West Hollywood elections. Now that LA is hosting the Olympics in 2028, a process of visual sterilizing has begun, as was done in 1984 and is done in all host cities. This will create a greatly expanded and lasting apparatus of violence. To participate in this process of disappearing social problems that policy created is to fuel the rise of fascism. To stand aside in complicity is perhaps the greatest crime and most effective way to erode democracy. As Ordinance 4118 rages through the streets of LA, killing, caging, and terrorizing thousands of vulnerable people, the city of West Hollywood is being called to redefine what it means to be a sanctuary city. We must become radical in the ways that we think about care, and we must loudly reject propaganda that tells the public that they need a more hostile state to protect them from a phantom in the streets. Unhoused people are being scapegoated for capital and political gains. West Hollywood should open the doors of public buildings for immediate non-carceral shelter, hire and train case managers and resource providers en masse, fund human services at a level never before seen in the US, and reallocate police funding to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Jordan. Our next speaker is Chelsea Byers. Chelsea, if you would like, oh, I see you have unmuted yourself. You will have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening and happy holidays. I just wanted to speak on item 5B. What a tremendous resource to bring to our community. The services and housing are a life-saving intervention, and it's truly long past time the city has done this hard but necessary work of equipping our own city with these resources. I'm really looking forward to the conversations to come. I know it's a long road ahead about actually bringing this resource into our city, but I'm really glad to see this first step tonight and glad to see it passed on consent. Thank you all. Have a good night.
Thank you, Chelsea. Our next speaker this evening will be Hekmat Farnoosh. Hekmat, if you would like, you may press *6 or turn on your camera, and you will have 2 minutes to provide comment.
Hi, happy holidays. Just want to say, if it's possible, please remove the rent freeze for at least small landlords. We are really hurting a lot. Everything's getting more expensive. Property tax gone up. Maintenance has gone up. When you call gate guy to come and fix the gate, it costs us fortune. Maintenance, water bill gone up so badly, and rent freeze for last 2 years of pandemic really hurting small landlords. If it's possible, please at least remove the rent freeze in phases, like for people that's 2 or 4 units or less, and then different phases. That's all. Really, property tax, mortgage, everything is just gone up so badly, and just we can't stay, and we don't know what to do. Just I had water heater change for my land. I have just 2 units in West Hollywood, and just the cost is too much. Water heater, washer, dryer, plumbing. All this maintenance really killing us. Would you please consider doing something at least for small landlords? Your help is really appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Hekmat. Our next speaker this evening is Marcus Baisley. Marcus, please press *6 or turn on your camera, and you will have 2 minutes to provide comment.
Good evening. My name is Marcus Beasley. I'm a member of the Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters, and I live and work in the vicinity of the project. I believe that it will have environmental impacts of the project. The city should require the project to be built utilizing a local and skilled and trained workforce. Local hire and skilled and trained workforce requirements reduce construction-related environmental impacts while benefiting the local economy. In a recent 2020 report titled Putting California on the High Road, a Jobs and Climate Action Plan for 2030, the California Workforce Development Board concluded that investments in growing, diversifying, and upskilling California's workforce can positively affect returns on climate mitigation efforts. Moreover, just this year, the South Coast Air Quality Management District found that the use of the local state certified apprenticeship program or a skilled and trained workforce with a local hire component can result in air pollutant reductions. Other cities have not hesitated to apply skilled and trained workforce requirements for private development projects in their city. Recently, the city of Hayward in Northern California adopted skilled and trained workforce requirements into its general plan and municipal code. Local skilled and trained workforce requirements can boost economic development and mitigate transportation and greenhouse gas impacts, minimizing vehicles miles traveled. The city should also consider incorporating the use of VMT mitigation banks as a measure for reducing the impacts of vehicle miles traveled and greenhouse gas emissions. The city should also consider a mitigation bank that would allow for the purchase of VMT reduction credits to offset project level impacts related to vehicle miles traveled, similar to the purchase of carbon credits to offset greenhouse gas emissions.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Madam City Clerk, can I ask the speaker, he referenced a particular project and I just wanted to be clear what project you were speaking to?
Ma'am, I just wanted to be on the record just to state something on the record, a statement.
Okay, so it's not, this is just general, this doesn't apply to any specific project or item on our agenda tonight?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marcus. Our next speaker this evening is Marquita Thomas. Marquita, if you would like, you may turn on your camera or press, there you go. I see you coming on, and go ahead and unmute yourself and you'll have 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Mayor Meister and council members. My name is Marquita Thomas. I'm pleased to currently serve on the West Hollywood Planning Commission, and professionally, I'm the executive director of the Los Angeles LGBTQ Chamber of Commerce. I'm calling in tonight to share my opinion as a 26-year resident of West Hollywood. I'm urging you to support item 5D initiated by Mayor Meister. Achieving public safety in a manner that recognizes and encourages the richness of diversity of West Hollywood's residents, visitors, and businesses should be a top priority of our city's government. The block-by-block security ambassadors and the entertainment district policing team sergeant and deputy have shown to increase public safety and to increase the confidence West Hollywood residents and visitors need to be out at night. Foot and bike patrols in particular lead to a positive presence by law enforcement that discourages crime. Following last year's COVID-related shutdowns, vitality has returned to West Hollywood's restaurants, shops, bars, and nightclubs. Hopefully that will continue. It's only appropriate that public safety resources increase in a targeted way to keep West Hollywood's residents, visitors, and businesses safe. So I hope that you'll approve item 5D. Thank you.
Thank you, Marquita.
Thank you, Marquita. Mayor, we had 2 other individuals sign up to speak, but they are not in the meeting at this time. So I will move them to the second public comment period.
Yes, they can go to the second public comment period. Okay, now we're going to move on to council member comments and meeting attendance reports. Who would like to begin? Councilmember Horvath.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I will speak to agenda items 5A and 2M. I'm glad to see us invest in La Brea bus lanes project, as well as additional transportation options. As our speaker said, we need to build upon the successes that we've seen in West Hollywood and connect us to the broader region. That happens not just with rail, but many forms of transportation. Just ask Dan Wenzel, who I think knows and uses them all on a regular basis. I'm grateful to see our city invest in this work. Item 2K provides a robust report on our social services. I just wanted to mention, given the Omicron, or however you say it, rise, that I suspect Project Angel Food might be a resource and service that some people might need if we go back to having to stay at home. And so I just want to make sure that we have ample food delivery service and that we're able to take care of people who might have to stay safer at home, given the numbers that we're seeing. With item 2Z, I just want to say, as long as it's safe for everyone to participate, I know that we're eager to get back to in-person events, but I just want to make sure that we are doing so in a safe manner. I know that MLK Day of Service has been an important day for us, and we typically do a great project in conjunction with West Hollywood Elementary. But if we have to go virtual because of numbers, I just want to give ourselves that flexibility. I know that's hard for planning purposes, but I just want to be mindful of what the current circumstances are. 5B, I'm thrilled to see move to consent, and even happier to see it be something that we're investing in long-term, that we're collaborating and using resources available to invest in our city and provide this resource within our own boundaries. I'm grateful for the support that was expressed during general public comment, and that we are investing in what is among our top needs here in addressing the unhoused crisis that faces our city and the broader region. Since our last meeting, I participated in the Liability Trust Fund Claims Board and Oversight Committee, as well as the coaster distribution effort with our mayor. We joined the Block by Block folks to help them kick off that event. It was a rainy night, so we especially thank them for their bravery going out in not the best conditions, but also having the very important conversations about nightlife safety that we've been having here at council, at public safety, and throughout the community. I also met with Captain Ramirez and Lieutenant Mulder to talk about some of the expressed public safety concerns in the community. And I want to thank them for their time and their continued commitment to the safety of our community, and for making time to talk about some additional options and work that they have been doing to address some of the concerns that have come up in the community. I just want to also say that some of those concerns have come from reports that are not quite accurate. And so I just want to encourage all of us to make sure that we are sharing information that is accurate. And, you know, if you're not sure it's accurate, maybe you ask your source. Where did you get this information from? I know that it's important for us to address the problems that exist. It's even harder to fight problems that don't exist, but become what seems to be the public opinion just based on sharing of information that isn't true. And so I want to thank the Sheriff's Department for the work that they're doing and the ways that they're helping to keep us safe and get accurate information to us and out to the community. I also wanted to bring up one not great topic, which is the continued trend of anti-Semitic incidents we've seen throughout the country and locally. Just recently, there was an instructor at an elementary school in Washington, D.C. who forced third graders to reenact scenes from the Holocaust, including pretending to be Hitler and pretending to be on a train to concentration camps. There was a recent report of anti-Semitic graffiti at a high school in Verdugo Hills. And even as close to home, some Beverly Hills residents and Vice Mayor Lily Bossie reported receiving flyers containing anti-Semitic hate speech related to the COVID pandemic and Jewish people ahead of the first night of Hanukkah. And these trends are absolutely unacceptable. They unfortunately represent a continued wave of anti-Semitism that exists, and we must continue to do all that we can to root it out, to call it out, and to do what we can to keep our Jewish community members safe, and to address these causes and make sure that we continue to advocate for policies that include the proper education about the Holocaust. And I know that our city is on record. We have supported, we've written resolutions and passed resolutions that speak to that commitment. And those resolutions are actually referenced right now in the national government, in our Congress. And so I hope that we will, in the spirit of the holidays, continue to look after one another, be mindful of incidents like this, and do what we can to protect each other. And in that spirit, I just want to wish everyone a Merry Christmas, season's greetings, a Happy New Year. I hope the end of this year is filled with love and good health and safe times with good family and friends. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Horvath. Councilmember D'Amico.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a couple of comments, and I also wanted to comment on item 5B, Project Home Key. And in my meeting with staff, we discussed that the number of rooms in that hotel is 23, and I wanted to go on the record at the outset that I think we should maximize the number of rooms that end up being in service as part of that, and recommend that they use the parking or the parking lot for administrative services space and retain the rooms for housing for the purpose that we're trying to achieve. And in addition, I suggested that there be a contingency plan to use the site as possible if budgetary or project details cause delays, that I think we could certainly ask Ascensia to run a small hotel with our hotel nights should this project begin to seek delays, because I think the last thing we want to do is become the owner of this hotel and not provide services. So I know it has a very tight deadline of 8 months. It has to be in service from the time we reserve Project Home Key funds, which we hope will be in January, which then means hopefully by September we will be in operation. That was 3 hopes. And I have my fingers crossed too, and I know that we'll get there. But if for any reason we don't, I just want to go on the record from the outset encouraging us to have contingency plans so that we can be sure that those units and those hotel rooms are available to serve the population. And finally, I mailed my letter to Santa, and just want to go on the record to say that Santa has my list. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember D'Amico. Councilmember Erickson.
Can you let me know the address for Santa? I lost it years ago when he put me on the naughty list. So I do need it back. I think he changed addresses, or that's what my sisters told me growing up. So, you know, I got to go from there. I want to also echo my colleagues and wish everyone a wonderful, happy holidays, Merry Christmas, season's greetings, or happy, as Larry David calls it today, eating Chinese food day when no one else is going to bother you. I thought that was hysterical, but that's exactly what it is. To think a year ago, you know, we were all sequestered, saying staying safer at home, and God willing, and Omicron or whatever we pronounce it willing, I'll be able to go see my niece Bailey tear through a bunch of presents on Christmas morning and really see the smile on her faces. That's the power of vaccines. That's the power of community. I'm really thankful. And my mom said she will literally charter a plane home herself to get me there. So I think I'm going home no matter what. Either way, I want to also let people know that I attended the Human Rights Speaker Series event, Pray Away. I want to thank my colleagues for supporting that event. It was really well attended. I also attended the Civilian Oversight Commission for the LASD gangs presentation. I want to thank everyone that came out to my last Palmer Park event of the year. I also attended the Ready to Launch event, which is an amazing nonprofit org started by Erica Lietman that gets women ready to work for elected officials in local government, all the things that they don't teach you how to do. And I want to congratulate her on the first successful six amazing graduates. Also, the advanced study webinar, I was able to be there in the kickoff event. That's an incredible study. I encourage everyone to go participate in that. I was recently appointed as an alternate to the Santa Monica Bay Restoration Commission. And as well as I just got notified, I was appointed to the Transportation, Communications, and Public Works Committee by the LGBTQ caucus for Cal City. So I will have that board seat on behalf of the city as well. I want to wish a very happy birthday to Todd Hallman, my public safety commissioner, who's enjoying his life in New York right now. I want to thank staff for all their work that they've been doing on the Fountain Avenue improvements. Many of you will see at Curson and Fountain, there is now a barrier that only allows you to turn right for once. And the car traffic has been really helpfully streamlined, and I've been noticing a lot of improvements. So thank you, staff, for that. I also want to echo my support for the La Brea bus lanes. One day we might have better bus lanes and more ample transportation options, as well as I want to commend staff and agree with Councilmember D'Amico and how best we can utilize those rooms and maximize them for the Project Home Key aspect. That's a tremendous support for our city. It's a great way to see where we're going, right in line with actually our community survey, where they told us exactly what they wanted. So it was great to see staff work so hard on that. I know it's a lot of work, but I'm glad we're all unanimously in consent on that. A couple of questions for staff. If we could get a park update, my favorite thing to ask you, but if we could get a park update because it's almost 2022. And then is there a status of the proposed billboard conversion ordinance that's going on? I didn't know if Brian or someone from planning could talk about that. And then I also just want to congratulate Joan Deaton and Lindsay Deaton on their new book that they published. It's called Top 10 Trans Questions Answered by an Actual Trans Family. It's an incredible book that they self-published. If you're a book agent listening to this, call them up, look them up. But it's really great to see such great materials like this out there for our community members. And also, I just want to thank the public on all that they've been, dealing with this whole year with our meetings, virtual, in person. I know it's been a lot, but I'm really thankful for our community coming together and all the ways that we have, even when we don't agree. I'm thankful for people coming here and expressing their opinion. That's the best thing about public service. And that even includes you, Jordan David. I'll give you a shout out and say hello and thank you for coming to every council meeting, because there are people that complain and say things, but then they don't show up and they don't make their opinions heard. So thank you to all of you. And I want to wish everyone a safe and happy holidays again, and get vaccinated, get boosted again if you have to, or whatever we got to do so we can kick this pandemic to the curb. And we'll see you in 2022.
Excellent. Thank you, Councilmember Erickson and Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, first of all, congratulations, Councilmember Erickson, for your appointments. I'm so excited for you. They're all lucky to have you. I wanted to let the public know that there are many ways to give back this season, and the nonprofit or agencies serving the community through the West Hollywood Homeless Initiative and Aging in Place welcome your support. Check out WeHo Cares on Facebook and Twitter for ways to give that help our most vulnerable community members. I also want to say congratulations, and this is really a big deal for the LGBTQ community. Congratulations to the Los Angeles Blade and Washington Blade and our very own Troy Masters for making history. This week, the Blade was given a seat in the White House press briefing room, making the Blade the first ever LGBTQ publication to have a seat at this very important table. Since our last meeting on December 6th, I participated in the Laurel House subcommittee meeting with the mayor, attended the Green Ceremony and Awards to give remarks. I participated in our homelessness subcommittee with the mayor meeting, and I led the West Side Cities Council of Governments meeting. I want to say that tomorrow night is Shab Yalda, which Iranians all over the world celebrate as the longest night of the year by getting together, dancing, reading from the poetry book of Hafez, and eating nuts and dried fruit with tea. امیدوارم همتون شب یلدای بسیار خوب داشته باشین. I wish you all the best شب یلدا. I also want to wish everyone a very happy holiday and wonderful New Year's. I'm grateful to my colleagues, our staff, our appointed board members and commissioners, our residents, businesses, and visitors for hanging in there through another year of the pandemic. I know that the changes and shifts that we have made this year in policies have been celebrated by many and have been uncomfortable by some of you. We may not always agree on everything, but I know deep in my heart that we all love West Hollywood and want to help West Hollywood rise and become better than ever for all. I look forward to continuing to work with all of you in the new year and to strengthen our working relationships based on our common love.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Shine. Let's see, I attended the Mayors Against LGBTQ Discrimination, Mayors and Municipal Leaders Briefing, the County Districts of LA County Board meeting, Southern District, that's sanitation, if anyone wants to know. The Laurel House Council Subcommittee meeting, the City Council Homelessness Subcommittee meeting with Mayor Pro Tem, the Green City Awards. I also attended the West Side Cities COG meeting as an observer. And I also want to thank Block by Block for going out into the rain to deliver coasters for the Only Yes Means Yes campaign. We appreciate your help with that campaign. Regarding the consent calendar on 2K year-end report on social services programs 2021, I just want to thank staff and the commission, the Human Services Commission, for all the work that goes into monitoring these programs and determining program funding. And they're going to be going into a new cycle, looking at RFPs for the next 3-year cycle. And it is a lot of work. So just wanted to state my appreciation. On item 2B, West Hollywood Guaranteed Income Pilot Project, I'm really excited to share that in the first quarter of 2022, the city, in conjunction with the Mayors for Guaranteed Income, will join dozens of other cities from around the country in conducting our first guaranteed income pilot. West Hollywood's pilot will be the first in the country to focus on LGBTQIA older adults living on a low income. And just so you know, none of the city's tax revenue will be used for the participant distribution funds, as strategic initiative staff secured $450,000 from the West Side Cities COG Measure H funds and a private donor. The city pilot will measure the impact of guaranteed income on helping prevent homelessness, assisting community members to age in place, and easing financial stressors that face some of our LGBTQIA older adult community members. And I want to thank Corey Plank and Diane for their work on this pilot program, and looking forward to launching the pilot early next year. So thank you on that. On item 5B, authorizing application for participation in the Home Key program. Although we move this item to consent, I just want to share with the public how happy I am to see that we're moving forward with this, and particularly the location that has been identified, which I think I had identified that location several years ago, saying, why can't we get this location? This is a major step for our city and the city's 5-year plan to address homelessness. Now we have to go out and get those funds. So, and I'm confident that our staff is going to write a great application so we get those funds. Announcements, let's see, as we won't be meeting again until later in January, I'll remind everyone that National Human Trafficking Awareness Day is January 11th, and on Saturday, January 15th, from 9 to noon, the city, in partnership with West Hollywood Elementary School and Friends of the West Hollywood Elementary School, have scheduled a day of service, including a clothing drive for the West Hollywood Homeless Initiative. So please check with the city's website for details on these and other January events. And thank you, Councilmember Horvath, for for expressing your concerns and making sure that we stay safe through these events. I also wanted to wish congratulations to the Blade and also wish happy holiday season and a happy, healthy, and safe new year to all of our residents and businesses and visitors and staff. And last but not least, I want to wish a happy 91st birthday to my dad, Marty Meister, tomorrow, December 21st. So on the longest night of the year. It is my dad's birthday. So it's a short day for a birthday, but it's a long evening if we can all stay up. And now I did have a question for the city manager. If the city manager could just address the event that I know that there were some letters of concern about the Dorrington, San Vicente police activity. And I just want to make sure that everyone is aware of what that event was, or at least what it wasn't, to calm some nerves. So I'm going to move now to the city manager's report.
Great, thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. I'll start with your questions. So staff is aiming to come back with the billboards not on Sunset item in the early of the second quarter of 2022. So we'll be bringing that back. I believe Steve Campbell is on, so maybe I'll have him give the park update. Maybe we'll just make him a regular for the city manager's comments. Provide the update every meeting.
No problem. Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. I'm Steve Campbell. I'm the Director of Facilities and Recreation Services. I don't have anything substantially different to report from the last report that I gave. The park is undergoing, some I hate to say repairs, but some alterations to the work that was done to make the playground and those areas safe. We expect to be able to take possession of the park, hopefully sometime in late January to mid-February. The building itself, as I mentioned last time, we expect to have a full certificate of occupancy. I have trouble spinning that out. Sometime in March or April, at which time we'll move into a phased approach. With the pool being first, as it's outdoor, the indoor areas is always depending upon where we're at with COVID at this time, or at that time, and we'll continue phasing in the operations and programming of the building.
Councilmember D'Amico?
Yeah, Steve, I just have a couple of quick questions, and maybe they're not answerable on the fly, but I think it's worth maybe looking into a couple of things. The first is the drive aisle through, it's been so long I've forgotten the name of the street. That goes Altovar. Wouldn't it be possible for us to take beneficial occupancy of just the sidewalk and the driveway, the drive aisle through there? And in a similar way, wouldn't it be possible for us to open a 25 or 30 foot fenced off walkway across the park from Robertson to the open part of San Vicente? I just think, I understand that there are complications with doing that, but I think there are, at this point, maybe benefits larger than the complications. So I don't want to, I'm certainly not trying to put you on the spot, but I do think we're having a hard time, those of us, who talk to our residents and businesses, explaining how it is that, fixing the slide in the children's playground means we can't walk from San Vicente to Robertson. And I'm simplifying, and I'm not helping you, have a strong presence in this moment for what you're trying to say. But I also think I need to push back a little bit so that people know that we're asking these questions and hopeful, as you are, to get this open as soon as possible.
Understood. And actually, maybe this is new information, but we are in the process of punch listing Altovar, and we expect to open that in the coming week or two. That will open for drive-through traffic between San Vicente and Robertson. People will be able to park in the 5-story, and pedestrian access will be open out to Robertson through that way. The building itself will be fenced off because that's still undergoing the punch list. And, as you're familiar with, we go through a process for acceptance on certain items, but that is good news. The plinth garage is open now for library patrons can park in there and gain access through the outer court up the elevator to the library as well. So we are working towards that, and we'll take a closer look at what may be possible to get a pedestrian access way on the northern portion of the park.
Great, thank you. Thanks, Steve.
Great. Thank you, Steve.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Any other questions for Steve? You're free.
And then we have Kristen Cook here, our Public Safety Director, to address the Dorrington question.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Kristen Cook, Public Safety. So regarding the incident on Dorrington, the call came into the sheriff as a possible burglary in progress or a home invasion call. It turned out to be, without going into too much detail, an issue between the tenants and the landlord, and the sheriffs and co-compliance will be following up with various other nuisance complaints in the area. So it was not a crime. It was a dispute between the landlord and the tenant, and obviously no home invasion.
Thank you, Kristen.
Thank you.
Mayor, I just have a question for Kristen.
Yes, go ahead.
So what was reported would not be accurate?
The initial reports that it was a home invasion is not accurate, although I could understand why some people may have thought that's what it looked like. And I do appreciate that people always call the station when they're concerned about a possible crime happening. So even though it turned out to be something else, I thank the neighbors for calling into the sheriff's station so they could come out and check it out.
Yeah, of course. Thank you. The neighbors were obviously good in calling you, but just to reiterate for the public's benefit, they want to be very careful when they read unsubstantiated reporting about what was called a break-in when it really was a tenant-landlord dispute, right? They probably want to get the facts, and it would probably behoove those people to put out facts versus fiction.
Yeah, I think the email that was sent out by the association was that there was just police activity at Dorrington and San Vicente, and to avoid it. It was really more of a avoid the area, don't get in the way. But I don't believe there was anything else written in that.
I'm not talking about that one, but thanks, Mayor.
All right, thank you. So a few other comments or updates. So the single-use foodware ordinance outreach has been completed, and staff will be returning with recommendations next month at the January meeting. Staff also continues to proactively educate and field calls for service regarding COVID-19 health order related concerns at businesses. And then there will be the pet vaccination clinic scheduled for January 8th, 2022 at Plummer Park. We've also heard concerns from the community members about reports across the Los Angeles region of follow home robberies and retail store thefts. Our sheriff's station is aware of these reports. The city and the sheriff's station urge anyone with public safety concerns to reach out to the sheriff's station 24 hours a day at 310-855-8850. And in an emergency to always call 911. The city will send out a news release tomorrow to remind residents, businesses, and visitors about general tips for personal safety and crime prevention. And then during the last 2 weeks, we've also reactivated the city's Only Yes Means Yes sexual assault and consent awareness campaign with messages on coasters and bars and outdoor digital graphics. And then also we launched the Don't Drink and Drive messaging. I would also like to announce several changes to the city's executive team that will take effect with the new year. Jackie Rocco, our Public Works Director, is being promoted to the new Deputy City Manager position. John Leonard, our Community and Legislative Affairs Manager, is being promoted to the new Economic Development Director position. And Yvonne Corker, our Administrative Services Director, will take on the new Community Services Director position. And with Jackie and Yvonne moving from their current director positions, Danny Rivas will be acting Public Works Director, and Janet Jimenez will be our acting Administrative Services Director. So I want to say congratulations to all of them, and we will be updating the city's website with the changes in the new year so that everyone knows who to contact for what. And then lastly, so last September, you adopted the 7-day average of the COVID-19 positivity rate for Los Angeles County as the factor to determine whether or not we'll have hybrid meetings or a fully virtual meeting. If the positivity rate is 1.5% or greater any day in the 2 weeks prior to the meeting, we would have a fully virtual meeting instead of a hybrid meeting. Since that time, there's been a lot of changes with different variants impacting the number of COVID-19 cases, with the latest being the Omicron variant. And often there's a delay in the increase in the positivity rate, even though the number of actual cases are increasing. And in recent weeks, we've also experienced the county adjusting the positivity rate from day to day. So let's say for yesterday, it may say 1.9% today, but then tomorrow they would change that to 1.4%. Those numbers have just been changing just because there's been so much of a change in the different variants and what's going on with the COVID cases. So we just wanted to check in with you all to see if we want to continue to use the positivity rate as the determining factor for hybrid meetings or virtual meetings, or do you want to have staff consider other factors and bring back an item in January to determine whether or not we have hybrid meetings or virtual meetings, and we can look at things like the actual number of cases or other factors. Or do you want to consider other methods such as the city manager determining whether or not we have a hybrid meeting or a virtual meeting just based on the actual current conditions related to COVID-19?
Councilmember Erickson.
Thanks so much, Mayor. I personally think that we should get back to in-person meetings, but I understand the hesitancy. I actually think we're doing a disservice to the public by not being there. I go out to businesses, I go out to restaurants, I'm going out with friends. I know the risks I'm taking. I know our city attorney can maybe talk with other cities like Culver City, which have stopped the public from coming in, but are still meeting in person in that way. I don't know. I just have a problem personally, and myself, saying for people to still talk to us on these Zoom boxes versus being there in public when I go out there and see them in the public. But, you know, I defer to my colleagues in the majority on this and however they would want to go. And obviously it's staying safe. But I also think that it's time that we do the people's business in person, and whether or not how that happens or not. But I don't know if I can do a whole nother year and look at someone in the public in the face and say, you know, we really care about your opinion, but I don't want to see you in public. I mean, it's different when I see them on the street. So I personally would rather just go back to being in person and taking care of it that way.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I have to agree with Councilmember Erickson. I really, people want to see us back in the chambers. They want to see us in person, and it's, you know, we are going out. We're in the public, and we've taken the all the measures in place, being masked, having the shields, limiting attendance. And as far as David, your question, an answer to your question from just for me is that the positivity rate is really the most accurate number, because if it's just a number of people who are positive and that goes up, if 100,000 people get tested and it's you know, 15,000 versus 50,000 and it's 4,000, it's the percentage that has always been used by the state, by the governor, and by LA County to determine what restrictions we should have. I understand that Omicron spreads faster, but the LA County has a masking. The Department of Public Health has said when you're indoors, you have to mask. So we fall under all that criteria being in person. And it's time that we go back in person. Now, I think we should put the caveat maybe in place that if a new variant comes up and the numbers are low, but it's some variant that is of very high concern, and I would assume then that the county Department of Public Health would say, uh-oh, let's shut things down. But until then, we're doing everything else. All of these meetings and conferences. I went to the Victory Fund conference on behalf of the city. They required vaccinations just like we do, and it was in person, in rooms. And if you're supposed to be masked unless you're eating something. So I think the public really, not just I think, they've been literally saying to us, telling me personally, you need to go back in person. They're not taking a lot of people are not taking our decisions seriously because we're in these Hollywood Square Zoom boxes. I've read it. Residents have said that to me. Constituents have said that to me. And so that's my position of where I am with this.
Councilmember Horvath.
Thank you, Mayor. I understand a desire to be back in person. I think it makes it easier for communication among all of us as colleagues, as well as the public to come in and be present to our conversation. It's certainly different than a Zoom meeting because Zoom feels like so many other things we're doing by Zoom, and it doesn't feel like a city council meeting. However, I would also say that the Capitol is considering shutting down based on the spike in numbers that are happening up in Sacramento. I think most cities that have implemented in person that I know of have also not yet admitted the public into the space because of gathering concerns. And I agree, we are all going out to different places in public. And so if we're doing that and we are considering those risks in our personal lives, we certainly could consider doing that in this space. I just think that we don't want to be contributing to the problem. And so I think that's why we wanted to adopt a metric that was based on the advice of people who understand this a bit more than we do. I would say the LA County Board, which governs LA County Health, still is not in a meeting in person with people in person. And I understand that creates great difficulty and people are frustrated by it. So if we feel that the benefit is outweighed, by being in person, I'm open to that. I just want to make sure that whatever it is we're doing, we're not contributing to the problem. And so I would be very comfortable with deferring to the city manager to check in on a regular basis to see if it's, if we're not in sort of an unsafe range in terms of spread. But I don't think that we've seen the peak of what this new variant and wave will be. And I don't want us to be contributing to it.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember D'Amico.
I guess I have just a slightly different point of view from the two already discussed, and that might be sort of a reverse engineering of what my experience over the years has been, and that is that somewhere between Gene Dobrin and 150 people would come to our meetings. There's 35,000 residents. My sense is that when we have been online, the numbers of people who watched it reaches the thousands. And so I know we would not be online. We would not be broadcasting, which I think has been a sort of great uptick in the accessibility from the public face going forward. But I don't have a real sense that the 15 or 20 or 35 or 45 or 100 people, and it's really a very rare item on our agenda that brings out 100 people, or even a night full of items that bring out 100 people. For us to sit behind masks and have, you know, our faces covered and sort of be in a more stilted, slightly for me, more stilted environment. So I think in terms of actual presence and accessibility, this does work. It's certainly better than you know, March, April, May of 2020, when, you know, when I was advocating with Paul and our communications department to please come up with some backgrounds, please come up with some standards, you know, like I don't want to see whoever is talking to me's, you know, bed behind them while they're talking about a city, you know, like, can we please like join a professional, you know, and we did that. So you know, I look at the screen and I think we've sort of got there. I do want to say that Seppi and John, I understand that the sort of, you know, you haven't yet had the experience of being in that room, being, you know, in the presence of the people who voted or didn't vote for you to be there and talking directly to real, you know, human beings instead of your cat or in my case, my dog, you know, here's the meeting. So I want to sort of defer at the end to this little bit of a rant to David. I think our city manager can make an appropriate decision the right number of days before meeting. And as I said to Melissa when she asked, I'll do whatever my colleagues want, whatever all of you decide, I'm happy to do. But I do want to say that I'm not sure that you know, we're really handicapping ourselves in terms of getting people to see our meetings or people to experience what we're saying by doing it this way. But then, you know, I have this other experience, and so I guess I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, and I'll just add, I agree with Councilmember D'Amico and Councilmember Horvath that I think we should defer to the city manager. I think even if the numbers are going up and down, we can look at hospitalization rates and unfortunately death rates to also kind of get a sense of what's going on. I think to be in the council chambers for 6 to 7 hours with the mask on the whole time, and plexiglass, which I will be honest, makes it difficult to hear my colleagues, that this is actually, I mean, this is a preferred situation for me, as much as I like being in council chambers as well, but I don't particularly care for the masks, you know, 100% of the time when we're under those lights and you're there for 6 hours. And to be honest, I mean, it's hard to even understand speakers when they come to speak because of them having to wear the mask and not being close to the mic. And to me, this is just a better situation for the times that we're in at this moment. So I'm happy to defer to our city manager on these, you know, on the decision whether to be hybrid or in person. But again, I think 6 hours with a mask and the hot lights and the plexiglass are just really not comfortable for good decision making. So that's what I would say on that. Does that give you enough direction?
I believe so, and I'll ask Lauren. So I think what we would do is continue to use the positivity rate, the 1.5% positivity rate. But if there are current conditions, whether it's a new variant or we're just uncertain about the numbers, then I would make the call on whether or not, and those numbers aren't reflected in the positivity rate at the time, I would make the call on whether or not to have a fully virtual meeting or not. Now, Lauren, do we need to have an actual vote or anything on that? Or
I think you've gotten good enough direction, and with everything with COVID, it's all evolving, and so we'll try that out. It's really hard when the data is coming out every day and it's a little bit different. So I think this gives David the flexibility he needs to make an ultimate decision when it's time. We know when we're 72 hours out and we have to post that agenda, and if we need to revisit it, we can always revisit it as we move forward.
Any other comments on this? Okay, I only have one more comment or request, I should say. The only thing that's easier in chambers is we have our computers with the request to speak button. So I would just ask if you could just raise your hands, and most of the time everyone's doing it, but it just makes it a little bit easier. And it also gives everyone an opportunity to speak first, or give an opinion. So if you don't know where that is, it's under reactions. And I see a thumbs up from Councilmember D'Amico. Thank you. And now I think if we're done with the city manager, we can move on to fiscal impact on the consent calendar, considering the addition of 5A, 5B, and 5C.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, the fiscal impact on tonight's consent calendar with the items the Mayor referenced is $6,491,373 in expenditures, $776,323 in revenue, and $0 in waived fees.
Thank you. And can I get a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Horvath. We gonna vote on that?
Yes, thank you. Councilmember D'Amico.
Yes.
Councilmember Erickson.
Yes.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Shine.
Yes.
Mayor Meister.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Great. Thank you. And now we are going to move on to our first and only public hearing today, item 3A, an ordinance of the City of West Hollywood amending the West Hollywood Municipal Code related to noise from loud parties or gatherings, and making code enforcement updates to the administrative citation schedule. Let's see if we can open the public hearing. Are there any disclosures? Seeing none. Madam City Clerk, how is this public hearing noticed?
Thank you, Mayor. The item was published in the West Hollywood Independent on December 9th, and it was posted at the city's legally required posting locations.
Great. And if staff representative will please introduce yourself and present the staff report.
Great, thank you, and good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the City Council. I'm Danny Rivas, the city's Code Compliance Manager. This public hearing item is proposing changes to the West Hollywood Municipal Code related to noise from loud parties and gatherings, and also includes revisions to the master fee resolution by adding amendments to the administrative citation fee schedule. I'll provide just a brief overview on why the proposed ordinance, as reflected in recommendation 1 of the staff report, is before you this evening. So since March of last year, and as a result of the pandemic and stay-at-home health officer orders, a code compliance staff has received an increased volume of resident complaints concerning amplified noise and loud parties or gatherings occurring at residential properties. These complaints are responded to by both city code enforcement officers as well as Los Angeles County Sheriff deputies. However, due to the amendments made to the noise ordinance back in 2007 that created a sole penalty option of issuing criminal citations to repeat offenders, staff has come up against some problematic situations in terms of being able to effectively address these types of calls for service. So this whole approach has created several concerns, as I mentioned, and just to kind of go through a series of the concerns that are reflected in the staff report, I wanted to mention those here today. So first, the issuance of a criminal citation, which is currently what is in place for enforcement staff that are responding to these types of calls requires that an enforcement officer be present while the violation is occurring. So this is problematic, as there are many instances when enforcement officers cannot respond to resident calls while the violation is occurring. There may be a delay where that enforcement officer is responding to another call, and then when they arrive, of course, the noise is either not occurring or maybe the party has dispersed. Secondly, the issuance of a criminal citation requires that a person have to appear in court, and it does subject them to a possible fine of not more than $1,000. However, the city does not receive any portion of that $1,000 in terms of recovering any costs associated with the volume or the amount of resources that are exhausted as a result of responding to that type of call. Third, the prosecution of criminal citations requires elevated legal expenses. So this requires that that we have our city prosecutor appear in court on behalf of the city, and then if need be, even in some instances, having the enforcement officer be present to provide testimony while the court proceedings are occurring. And then lastly, this approach, the sole approach of just providing a criminal citation process for these types of instances really is contrary to the city's philosophy in terms of initiating a persuasive administrative process in order to gain compliance. So ultimately what that means is, we always do our best to try to gain voluntary compliance. Not having the ability to issue an administrative citation for a repeat offense, again, just really is opposite of what we've been trying to accomplish over the course of many years when responding to these types of issues. So based on the above mentioned concerns, staff is recommending reincorporating the ability to issue administrative citations, as well as pursuing any other means as provided by state law when compliance cannot be obtained. So this concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions the council may have.
Council colleagues, any questions for Danny Rivas at this time? Danny, I have one or two questions. Just, we did get some public comment that, nuisance doesn't just happen between 10 p.m. and 8 a.m. What can we do during the day, or has anything changed? Especially since more people are telecommuting. I think they're much more conscious of what goes on now during the day when they're at home working.
Yeah, absolutely, Mayor. And I did see that question that the resident had proposed. And one of the things I would say is that this specific ordinance actually gives us the flexibility to address these types of issues at any time during the day. So we do have specific sections in our noise ordinance that do trigger at 10 p.m. And that's kind of the bulk of our noise ordinance. However, as it relates to loud parties or gatherings, if those issues persist, it could be 12 noon, 1 p.m. We do have the ability to address those under this ordinance.
Great. And then at what point are owners of the property brought into it, or are they immediately?
They are immediately, yeah. So that is already included into the ordinance itself. With these proposed amendments before you this evening, what we did actually do is we wanted to also just reiterate those definitions in terms of who's responsible into the noise ordinance itself. And so we made a reference in that, but the property owner is included in that. And we made sure that we're notifying both them and the occupant when we're responding to these types of calls.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, do we have any public comments?
We have one speaker for this item, and that is Agassi Topchian. Agassi, if you would like to turn your camera on or press *6, you will have 2 minutes.
Hi, good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. Agassi Topchian, 26-year resident of West Hollywood. I would like to speak in support of the proposed amendment to the current noise ordinance. For many residential neighborhoods in the recent years, loud parties and gatherings have become a huge problem and created a great deal of concerns for us. Many of us work from home and live in old buildings in West Hollywood that unfortunately do not provide adequate noise or sound isolation or have old and outdated windows. Through the years, our city generally has become very noisy. Therefore, I'm supporting the staff's recommendation for adding more strength to the current ordinance that would allow code compliance to more effectively do the job and fully enforce the law. And I also want to share my own experience. I recently had a noise issue. There's a large construction site on Santa Monica Boulevard where the old car wash used to be. And I noticed that the heavy construction trucks would use my small residential street to move, and that created a lot of noise and disturbance. So I contacted the code enforcement hotline and left a detailed message. And then a few days later, I realized the noise kind of reduced or even stopped. So and then I got a call from Officer Torres, who explained that he went to the site management and spoke to the management, and I think that was effective. So I think these things work, and I really encourage residents to contact the code enforcement and report this noise or issues. Another thing I would like to ask the city council to look into is another noise-related matter in West Hollywood. That is removed mufflers on motorcycles and cars. This is a huge problem. I'm sure many of you notice those cars and motorcycles being unusually loud in West Hollywood. And I did the research, and I would like I want to wrap it up. I want to just ask the city council if you can direct staff to look into this matter and see if there is enforcement of that issue and how the sheriffs are being cited those type of violators. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers?
Thank you, Mayor. No, that was our only speaker for this public hearing.
Great. Danny, can you address the commenters' concerns regarding mufflers and loud cars and I know we do have some things on the books about that. I just don't know what kind of enforcement we have. And I don't know if the sheriff is here either.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's kind of a combination of the two, both city's code compliance as well as Los Angeles County Sheriff's station kind of approach. But in terms of removal of mufflers, if somebody is, utilizing, turning on a vehicle, creating that noise, and they're on private property, then that is something that our code compliance team would definitely be able to respond to and address. And even if it wasn't occurring at the time, which again, many instances that does happen, by the time the officer gets out there, that doesn't prevent staff from making contact with the property owner, the business owner, right, or whoever's creating that noise, and bringing that issue to their attention and having it addressed. I don't know if Kristen Cook or if Captain Ramirez or Lieutenant Mulder are on, but maybe want to speak to if that type of noise is being developed or created from a vehicle while it's operating. I would defer to them for kind of their response on that.
I see Kristen Cook.
Good evening, everyone. Lieutenant Mulder and Captain Ramirez are not in the Zoom with us this evening, but I know Lieutenant Mulder is listening to this meeting, and so I will follow up with him. These noise complaints tend to ebb and flow when it comes with our motorcycle noise in particular. So I know that Lieutenant Mulder will follow up with his teams and make sure that they're citing when appropriate.
Thank you, Kristen. Councilmember Erickson.
I was just going to move the item and close the public hearing.
I'll second that. Oh.
Okay, so we're going to close the public hearing, and we're going to move the item. We have a motion and a second. Madam City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to read the title of the ordinance into the record. I apologize. So this item is approving an ordinance of the City of West Hollywood, amending the West Hollywood Municipal Code related to noise from loud parties or gatherings, and making code enforcement updates to the administrative citation fee schedule. And with that, Councilmember D'Amico.
Yes.
Councilmember Erickson.
Yes.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Shine.
Yes.
Mayor Meister.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Great. Okay, so we're going to move on to unfinished business, item 4A. final climate action and adaptation plan. And I know that my colleagues were looking to get this onto consent. So I wonder if staff could just give us a little bit of information to clarify equitable building performance standards, since that is something that we did not discuss at our last meeting regarding the plan. And I just have a couple of questions.
Sure, Mayor, thank you. For the record, my name is Robin Eason. I'm the city's long range planning and sustainability manager and the city lead for the climate action adaptation plan. Essentially, when we were going back to look at the model and adjust it for carbon neutrality by 2035, one of the major sources of emissions outside of transportation is energy use in buildings. And there's a number of communities throughout California and the nation where that's the case. And thinking about, how to really start to meet some of these carbon neutrality goals in an accelerated fashion, we really had to target energy use in buildings as one of those goals. And so one of the ways that cities are considering doing that is through a building performance standards for existing buildings, which is our sort of biggest emitter within the building category. And that really looks at how do we start to reduce energy use, electrify buildings, and sort of also encourage or mandate, solar power. And so the proposal tonight before you is to direct staff to pursue an RFP to look into how to set up and develop a policy that really does just that. So it's more of an exploration into establishing a minimum baseline energy performance metric for West Hollywood based on our specific building types within our city, looking at compliance pathways that the different types of existing buildings can or will be held to in order to meet that metric, but then also setting them up for success by combining different supportive programs. So utility rebates, incentives, either from the region or from the state that helps helps buildings transform to being electrified buildings, technical assistance programs, looking at, workforce development opportunities and things like that. And so one of the things that, we know about with the complexities of this is that there's a lot of different stakeholder groups involved. And so the scope of this policy would definitely include all of the key stakeholders related to this project. And we would have check-in points with City Council along the way to make sure that there is consensus around how we're moving forward and to make sure everybody's voice is heard. So that's kind of the, overview of that policy.
Thank you, Robin. Madam City Clerk, do we have any public comments on this item?
No, Mayor, we do not.
Okay, thank you. Do any of my, I see Councilmember Erickson's hand is raised. I don't know if you want to
I was going to move the item.
I was going to do the same, so I'll second.
I'm going to let John, let's have Councilmember D'Amico have this one.
I'll move the item.
Wait, I have some questions, but I'm first if you have any questions. Councilmember Horvath, do you have any questions?
I just wanted to thank Robin for her leadership in this effort. And I know that she put together a very thoughtful, thorough, engaged team in bringing us to this point. And so I just want to commend everyone who was part of that team under her leadership in delivering what will be a real gem for us in the city to help guide our sustainable future. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, did you have a question or comment before?
I have a comment. Yes, thank you, Mayor. Robin, I second everything that Councilmember Horvath said. You all came to us with a plan for 2045, and we, pushed you and encouraged you all to go to 2035, 2030. And I was so happy to read this final report and the creativity that has gone in to really making us a leader again and again and again. West Hollywood leads. So thank you for your leadership in that.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Robin, so my questions really, or concerns are just about process, because I want to make sure that we don't have happen to us what happened when we, put forward the seismic item or when we put forward the smoking item. I just want to make sure that there's going to be outreach to all possible stakeholders multifamily housing building owners, renters, condominium owners, homeowners, because, you know, everyone's going to have something to say about that. So will that be happening before you go for your RFP or after? Because I imagine there might be issues that come up if you plan to put out an RFP, you want to have all those issues in mind when you do that.
Absolutely, yeah. We envision it as being part of the entire process. I think it's important to have expertise that is really skilled in understanding the different nuances with this policy to be able to help us then talk to those targeted groups. But, you know, we were deliberate in making sure it was an equitable building performance policy because we knew that there will be different stakeholders that will either be benefit or will be burdened by this policy. We want to make sure that, you know, to the greatest extent possible, we're moving forward in a way that doesn't leave anybody behind and doesn't do any harm. And we feel that we need some expertise around that in order to make that happen. But there will be a bona fide and comprehensive outreach effort to really understand the concerns and constraints related to different stakeholder groups for sure.
Great. And then the only other thing I wanted to mention is that my biggest concern is the impact that this could have on existing rent stabilized units, keeping them safe from redevelopment, to having, you know, landlords, property owners just throw up their hands and say, I'm just going to sell this building. And then the tenants will be, you know, evicted and units will be demolished and then new building. So I just want to be very mindful of that, you know, really we want to be able to protect our existing rent stabilized units. Maybe, I don't know if you are already considering having Jonathan Hallob from Rent Stabilization and Housing involved. I think it might be a good idea to include him or that department in the RFP process as well, in order to make sure that our rent stabilized housing is, you know, is up and center in terms of being protected.
Absolutely, yes, we will definitely coordinate with Rent Stabilized Division.
Great, thank you very much, Robin, for all your hard work, and we appreciate it. And now I'm going to accept Councilmember Erickson's motion and Councilmember D'Amico's second. And Madam City Clerk, would you like to take a vote?
Thank you. Councilmember D'Amico.
Yes.
Councilmember Erickson.
Yes.
Councilmember Horvath.
Enthusiastically, aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Shine.
Yes.
Mayor Meister.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you again, Robin, I appreciate it. Item 4B, update regarding in-person events. I believe that Kristen Cook and Cleo Smith and Megan Reith are with us, and several other people. You're on mute, Cleo.
Thank you. Let's get that on. Thank you. Thank you very much. Good evening. Yes, Kristen Cook and Megan Reith are with me, along with some other staff on standby. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. I'm Cleo Smith, the Event Services Manager, and I'm joined, as said, by Kristen Cook, the Public Safety Director, and Megan Reith, the Event Services Supervisor. Item 4B is intended to provide the council with a brief update related to Los Angeles County Department of Public Health's guidelines for in-person events in light of the COVID-19 virus, and request direction regarding in-person city events, co-sponsored events, and private events at city facilities between January 1st and June 30th, 2022. At the time of this report, the county has issued both guidelines and requirements for in-person events and continues to allow events in compliance with such guidelines. In light of the Omicron variant, Dr. Barbara Ferrer of the Department of Public Health says, we anticipate seeing increased numbers of individuals infected with the Omicron variant as we are beginning to see cases of local transmission among residents that have not traveled. All indications are that among those fully vaccinated, illness severity, if infected with Omicron, is mild, reminding us all that eligible residents need to urgently get vaccinated or boosted. The vaccines are likely to provide much needed protection against serious illness caused by Omicron and are already known to provide protection against infection and disease associated with the Delta variant that continues to dominate the county. Additionally, all residents across LA County should continue getting tested to help reduce the spread, especially if you've traveled for the holidays, have had possible exposure, or have symptoms, and adhering to masking requirements when indoors or at large outdoor mega events, regardless of vaccination status. The guidelines and requirements in place for in-person outdoor events depend on the number of attendees and range from masking and vaccination recommendations for the smallest events, which are events under 5,000 attendees, up to masking requirements along with vaccination negative testing requirements for mega events, which are events that are over 10,000 attendees. Staff recommends that the council authorize the city manager to consider outdoor in-person events at city facilities on a limited case-by-case basis between January 1st and June 30th, 2022. Any event considered would be required to comply with all requirements of the LA County Health Department and the City of West Hollywood. The county has also issued guidelines and requirements related to indoor in-person events. However, at this time, city staff is not recommending the return to indoor in-person city events, nor co-sponsored events or private events indoors at city facilities. A record for the word events. Staff is available to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, Cleo. Are there any questions for staff? Okay, I actually have a question. I thought that we required vaccinations at city facilities, so why wouldn't we require them for, large events? I mean,
large events indoors or outdoors?
Outdoors.
We've had some smaller outdoor events that do have masking requirements, and I can't speak to the outdoor vaccination. For the private events that we have had, the larger scale private events, there were vaccination requirements and masking.
Lauren Langer, can you please clarify the outdoor, is it mask or vaccination?
I think the simplest answer is there were no events taking place when the executive order was drafted. So currently the executive order about vaccine verification requirements is silent as to events. It doesn't require any vaccines for outdoor events because there weren't any events happening at the time.
Got it. Okay. Madam City Clerk, are there any public comments on this item?
No, Mayor, we do not have any speakers for this item.
Okay. Do my colleagues have any other questions or comments? Councilmember Erickson?
Thanks so much. I wanted to just ask a question to maybe Cleo can answer this, or maybe it's a Steve Campbell question. So I'm a little concerned about the 6 month in between, and when we look at when this would come back for events, do we know what or how this would impact our recreational sports reservation process for things like WeHo Dodgeball, getting into the ARC building once it's open, or other things like that, because I know that they have to also plan for their seasons and other places like that. They are businesses after all. So what's the process for how that would work with our new city facilities? And I think 6 months is a little too long for that, because that puts them in June essentially. And maybe we could get it by month, or give David Wilson the same authority we gave him during his comments. I don't know, but open to hearing what they have to say.
Thank you.
Hi, Council Member Steve Campbell again. The sports and indoor facilities with respect to recreational activities follow a different protocol, and that's something that the county updates from time to time. Unfortunately, Stephanie Martinez, who has all of the really pertinent answers, isn't here with us tonight for she had a death in the family. But anyway, so we continually update and follow those orders as they come from the county. And right now, I don't believe that there's anything that's being permitted indoors.
Yes, Lauren?
May I add one thing? And the sporting recreation activities, even though they're outdoors, are covered by our vaccine verification requirements. Formal sports leagues that use city facilities are subject to the order.
Thank you, Lauren. Does that answer your question, Councilmember Erickson? Okay. Any other comments, questions?
Sorry, I couldn't unmute fast enough. If possible, and they're not able to use those spaces for in-person events, it'd be great to fast track or work with those those sports events, recreational, like we did this past year, to accommodate them in other spaces. So that's what I'm saying.
And we can bring an update on the sporting events as we get closer to the facility opening, the new arc.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Erickson. You asked you got answers for a question I had as well. Aside from the WeHo dodgeball team and other sports, and also just a clarification, Steve, did you say that there's no indoor sports allowed at all right now, even if you're masked and vaccinated?
I'd have to really double check on exactly what the county order is. We haven't, because it's been, I hate to say banned, but our executive order hasn't allowed it for indoor. Now, outdoor, we've had some activities, and those are all in accordance with the county guidelines.
Okay, thank you. I want to support this item, but I think 6 months is a long time. I mean, our next item is WeHo Pride 2022, which would fall before this even comes about. And I understand that that's an outdoor event and we're not there yet, but June is a long time away. I think it seems like we're going to have the surge coming up in January, February, and then it might all hopefully flatten out. And then we're left with March. I'd like personally for this to come back to us in March, 3 months from now, for another council discussion to see where we are.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Horvath.
Thank you. I'm comfortable with what's been presented to us because it gives the city manager flexibility to offer approvals if it is the will of the majority to bring it back in March. That's fine by me as well. But I mean, having lived through this now for a couple of years, being sort of in this situation to try and have to crystal ball how we play these things out, focusing our in-person events in terms of outdoor spaces, these guidelines as presented by LA County Public Health. I think these are the kinds of events that make the most sense and are the things that typically people come to experience in the city. I think if we're not yet moving to having in-person meetings, why we would have in-person meetings indoors in our facilities when we're not doing that for our public meetings doesn't quite make sense. So I'm comfortable with the direction that's before us here on indoor events. I agree that it's possible things could change. But I think given the timelines that we've seen in the past, recognizing we haven't yet reached the peak of where we might be with this variant, I think 6 months is probably going to play out just about right, but I'm happy to, as I mentioned, beyond whatever timeline my colleagues would like to be. And I'm very comfortable with the city manager making those decisions.
Councilmember D'Amico.
Oops, I just gave you claps instead of raised hands. Sorry. Actually, where's my raised hand? I don't see one. Anyway, I guess I want to say, I want to split the baby here. I think we should get an update in 3 months. But I also want to say to those organizations and people who have public and private events that we should give them some assurance that the city manager can make a decision on our behalf for something that's outside of the 3 months, because we wouldn't want somebody who wanted to do something in April have to wait until March 14th or whatever the second meeting in March is that this gets on the agenda to get some assurance that they can have their event a month later. So I guess what I want to say is that I do think we need an update in 3 months. We probably need an update every 3 months for 3 years, because, you know, the likelihood that everything will fall back into place the way we think with a new building and, you know, a new park and so on. But I think in the short term, the kinds of events that Cleo and her team have put on, they should be able to meet with the city manager, get a decision after a meeting or two in January or February that something can happen in July or June or March or May, and then schedule it if the city manager agrees. So if my colleagues are in accordance with that, I'll make that a motion, and hopefully it will get a second and we can take a vote.
Can second that.
Okay. Any other comments? If none, then our Madam City Clerk, will you please call for a vote?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember D'Amico.
Yes.
Councilmember Erickson.
Yes.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Shine.
Yes.
Mayor Meister.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Great. So I think you have the direction you need, Cleo, and
Thank you.
our city manager. And now,
Thank you.
now we will just move full steam ahead into 4C, update regarding programming options for WeHo Park 2022. And I believe we have the same folks with us. Okay.
Thank you.
Or Kristen, whoever is giving this.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. I'm Megan Reith, the Event Services Supervisor, and I'm joined by Kristen Cook, Public Safety Director, Cleo Smith, Event Services Manager, and John Leonard, Community and Legislative Affairs Manager. At the October 18th City Council meeting, staff presented the council with an update regarding proposals received for event production services for an inaugural WeHo Pride following an RFP process, and council directed staff to begin to negotiate an agreement with JJLA. This evening, Jeff Consoletti, founder and producer of JJLA, will present 3 options of varying size, venue, and cost for the council's consideration. Once the council has had an opportunity to ask questions of staff or JJLA, staff will seek direction related to WeHo Pride, including a programming option from JJLA, an event date, direction related to a potential parade option for WeHo Pride 2022, and direction related to other proposed events. If there are no initial questions, we'll turn it over to Jeff for a brief presentation of JJLA's proposed options for WeHo Pride.
Thank you, Meg and event team, and good evening, council. It's great to see everyone. And to begin, we just want to express our gratitude and thanks to this group and all of our team at City Hall just for the continued support and trust in JJLA. We're excited to create a program, hopefully an incredible inaugural program for the city this June. With that said, I'm excited to walk you through, as Meg mentioned, an addendum to what we initially outlined in the RFP process. I know my understanding is this was included in your council items, so I'll keep this short to just walk you through the 3 options that I also had the opportunity to present to the subcommittee a couple weeks ago. To begin, I'd like to talk about our recommended date for WeHo Pride. We did a lot of research, and as you all are aware, JJLA does quite a bit of work in the Pride movement nationwide for the better half of the past decade. We thought in creating a new Pride celebration for the city, it would be great for that date to live on its own. We're suggesting the first weekend of June as a great kickoff to not only Pride Month, but as a great selection of dates for the city to claim as its own, where it lives off of dates that where Pride is celebrated extensively throughout California, including in Los Angeles, with whatever plans CSW or the city of Los Angeles might have on the second weekend of June. San Francisco notably hosts their Pride event the last weekend of June. Long Beach and San Diego are outside of June. And we didn't want to interrupt festivities and commemorations around Juneteenth or Father's Day, which is the third weekend. So by process of elimination, that really led us to the first weekend. Also, having just some experience the past couple of years working on a kickoff Pride event the first weekend of June, there are no other major national cities, certainly with the same LGBTQ presence that the city of West Hollywood has, that claim the first weekend of June. So we thought, what better way for WeHo to introduce festivities not only for themselves, but for the greater Pride community nationwide than by claiming that June 3, 4, 5 weekend. Moving forward, we also suggested 3 tiers of programming for your consideration. And these tiers are based on our ranges of production costs that were really dependent on the amount of time and programming, and of course, the amount of space. So we started with our biggest option, which is a citywide Pride takeover. You'll see that I've noted it as our recommended option, mostly just because JJLA is known for large scale, widespread events that really drive attendance and attraction. Also, we're coming off of a great opportunity that we had a couple of years ago to work in tandem with many of you, and of course, city staff and CSW on creating, which was one of the most applauded Pride festivals that we were able to host in West Hollywood. And that event in 2019 closed Santa Monica Boulevard, really engaged the business community in an extensive free festival of programming, introduced some ticketing programming that was just more inclusive across various aspects of the LGBTQIA community within WeHo Park and San Vicente. And I just thought really was all around looked at as a very positive piece of programming that everyone was really proud of. So we took that model as our first sort of large scale festival model for your consideration in this citywide takeover. It introduces free programming similar to what we saw in 2019 along Santa Monica Boulevard. We're calling that, just as you already call it, Rainbow Road, which would be a free community festival. We'd work in tandem with the business community, with event services and the event technician team on ensuring businesses can encroach themselves further out onto the sidewalk and out onto the street, really following a model that we've seen executed very well in cities like Chicago and Austin for similar type of street fair type of events. So in addition to working with businesses on extending their footprint, we would also offer various entertainment spaces or affinity group activation areas. It was clear in the RFP process that there are many groups that want to get involved, and by having the space to do so, we could work with leaders across really all groups of the rainbow spectrum. So whether those are women's groups, trans groups, BIPOC groups, Native American groups, senior groups, et cetera, our sober partners, we really can work with each of those groups, which we're budgeting for, in order to create space, whether that's a musical performance area or stage or other activation, to allow them to help them to bring their visions to life in a free and inviting space. Second to that, we are suggesting using potentially West Hollywood Park as a ticketed concert experience. JJLA owns and operates a proprietary event called Out Loud. It's now in its third year. We've been holding off on our June plans because we're hopeful that they can be interwoven with what we would be doing on behalf of the city. But Out Loud is a ticketed, live streamed event. We already have sponsors that are backed with the program, and the program, like I mentioned, is already in its third year. So it introduces large-scale LGBTQ talent to a single stage concert experience. The event is streamed live over the course of 2 days. It features an entire diverse lineup of queer performing artists that perform anywhere from 3 to 5 song sets or an extended set, like a headlining set. And then those artists are also interviewed on like a talk show style stage. Last year, this was the most widely watched LGBTQIA live stream program nationwide, over 5 million views for the stream. So we're really proud of what we've done with Out Loud, and we'd love for that to be part of a program in West Hollywood. Out Loud obviously needs to fund itself, especially the artist portion of that. So the cost of producing Out Loud is not something that rests with the city. It would be supplemental that our team sort of takes care of and is not really impacted in any of the budget that you've seen, but we would charge a ticket of admittance for a guest to be able to see that event. So we would potentially use a piece of city facilities for that ticketed piece. In addition to that, we'd work with the city on sponsorship and concession areas, which are other avenues to help offset some cost associated with the event. If that beer, beverage, wine gardens, or a food and beverage program is of interest, we have extensive experience in helping to craft those. We could also potentially help with sponsorship and sponsorship sales, or creating a sponsorship program that just brings in brand partners to the city. I want to caveat sort of any of the revenue side of this discussion with just saying that in order to create a revenue budget, we also need to have an expense budget. And as we would tell any partner, we need to make sure the expenses are covered regardless of where the revenue streams might come from. So I'm happy to answer more questions on that after this presentation as well. Our second concept, the citywide Pride Takeover is we're estimating cost of production for 3 days of programming, which would really be 1 night or 2 nights of programming, beginning Friday night, all day Saturday, Saturday night, all day Sunday, at approximately $2 million. The second option is what we're calling the City Block Party. It follows much of the same programming format that we've outlined in the citywide version, except shrinks that footprint to just be to not close Santa Monica Boulevard and to close San Vicente Boulevard and Robertson Boulevard and West Hollywood Park. This follows a more traditional Pride footprint that has been used in West Hollywood in years past, prior to 2019. In this instance, Rainbow Road would potentially be activated along San Vicente. We would potentially have a ticketed concert experience inside West Hollywood Park or a portion of the park, and also work on identifying other sponsored and concessions areas, affinity group programming, etc. In this instance, the City Block Party cost would also run the same length of time, 3 nights, 2 days, and was estimated at about $1.5 million in production costs. Our third option is Pride in the Park. It would require no street closures and simply be programming that would be free inside of West Hollywood Park. I caveat this by just saying when we're working within any sort of enclosed space, which might also be something that we want to consider in our second model, even with San Vicente Boulevard, where we're allowing crowds to come into a more dense area, we probably, even if we're offering free programming, are going to want to ticket in some capacity to be able to have a good understanding of how many people are coming through and to just prevent excessive crowd flow. from coming into an area. So this would be my only concern with Pride in the Park is even with a brand new beautiful park that I know has, is maybe doubling the space that we've had previously there. I'm not sure it allows for the most extensive flow of people, but it is a brand new park to be able to play in and could be a great stepping stone to create additional, to grow this program over years. Again, 2 days of programming, suggesting that this would be completely free, approximate production costs coming in at about $760,000. And I'll turn it back to Meg just to review some additional city costs.
Thank you, Jeff. As Jeff mentioned, the costs that he shared related to each of his options are production costs, supplemental city costs, public safety and facility costs for each of those options. Were detailed in the staff report. We can also put a chart up there if you're interested in seeing those, or if there are any questions that staff or JJLA can answer for you at this time, we're happy to do that.
Do we have any questions? I'm sure there are questions. Councilmember D'Amico, and then
I think you should share that chart of additional costs. I think it's worth having it be part of the visual record of this. Thank you.
Councilmember Horvath.
Thank you, Mayor. I just would like some clarification. I don't know if the presentation is close to complete, but the question I have is really what was the subcommittee's recommendation? I think I was able to pick it out through the narrative, but I'd love to know, since the subcommittee has spent more time with the details of all of this, what the subcommittee's recommendations were on the questions we're being asked tonight. Thanks.
Absolutely. So thank you. We met with the subcommittee on November 29th. And at that meeting, JJLA presented these options as well. At that time, the subcommittee expressed a preference in date for the first weekend in June as JJLA recommended. And the subcommittee expressed a preference at that meeting for option 2 of JJLA's packages, and also asked staff to please explore further the option of a parade for 2022. And so we did that. And at this time, staff is recommending that if the city is interested in hosting a parade, that be looked at as an option for 2023 rather than 2022.
Okay, thank you, Megan. I had a question about the 1.5 million in option 2, where it says it's, with nonprofits and affinity groups and talent. What exactly is the talent? I guess this question is.
Yes, Jeff, would you like to speak to that?
Sure. In each of these options, the talent costs were actually, so we were moving forward under the assumption that if Out Loud was part of the programming, Out Loud would cover the cost of sort of big name talent. So the cost of large scale talent like that similarly is performed on like the LA Pride main stage. When LA Pride was hosted in West Hollywood is upwards of $500,000 or more. So we didn't want that cost to be on the city. So city costs for talent, I can look up the specific breakdown, but was between like 1 to 150K in the option 1 and option 2 mark, and consisted of acts that might be more legacy and local acts, local performers, drag queens, comedy acts, et cetera, to make sure that we were having a great assortment of paid performers that were coming locally.
And if I may just, Mayor, I remember I did attend the Out Loud event this past summer at the Coliseum. I ventured outside of West Hollywood. And I do want to commend JJLA. They had not just a plethora of local LGBTQIA performers, but they had an abundance of local drag queens, queer performers from all walks of life. I actually didn't know a single one of them. That's okay, but I'm not as up to date on the TikToks and the Instagrams as my families are. But let me just say, I thought that to your question, I saw it in real time with the amounts of local performers that they brought in ad nauseum.
Thank you, Councilmember Erickson. Megan, what happens? I mean, we just discussed this. If numbers rise, and at what point are we, in a space of being able to cancel or whatever we need to do, and not lose or at least $1.5 million?
Thank you. So, that is something, the sort of pricing structure and planning structure is something that we would work out with JJLA in the contracting process. Once an option was selected, we spoke with JJLA about this issue. And Jeff, if you wouldn't mind sharing a little bit what you shared regarding what you shared earlier about some of your payment structures and how the city would be protected in this regard if the event had to be canceled.
100%. Thanks, Meg. And thanks for your question, Mayor, because we've all been down this road before, and I'm with you. Like I appreciate the concern, and we want nothing more than to produce the most safe event. So this is sort of, we would work with, in the contract phase, there's like 3 stages of our contract. Option 1 is like, the city wants to work with JJLA, you want us on board, we would have a minimum retainer that's sort of identified within the contract. I believe it's at a $125K, which is really just billed monthly for the course of our entire management team and staff. So there's a monthly cost for all of the work that goes into planning that at the end of every month is like, you're engaged with us, we delivered the services for that month because we're attending meetings, we're working on drafts and plans and creative and layout, et cetera. And that's simply a month-to-month commitment to want to work together, right? So that's sort of phase 1 of how we break out our budgets financially. Phase 2 is the production budget. We would be, we're under a pretty dire timeline at this point. Even though we're navigating the pandemic, if we still want to do events in June, we're behind schedule a little bit. So what we want to make sure of is that we're planning for what we're going to do. We can make sure that where deposits and commitments for what we're going to want to do in June would really probably for us be able to be, initial deposits could probably be pushed to March. Those deposit payments, typically with the vendors that we work with, meaning like stage, lights, tenting, et cetera, all those suppliers, we would work with them in good faith that while we wouldn't recoup deposits paid back, we would be able to push events back. So if we weren't going to proceed with the event in June 2022, and we're going to push it to August, or we're going to push it simply to 2023, that money would not be lost. That money in our contract would just be pushed to the next time we're going to produce that event. So we would make sure that we tier out the structure of of all of the production expenses to work really in tandem with even this crazy time that we're navigating right now. So pressing go on any of these options really just gives us authority with the event team and the city manager to stay within a total budget, but also to know that we're navigating how to proceed in the most safe way, and ensuring that any funding that's directed to Pride programming isn't funding that would be lost.
Good answer, Jeff. Councilmember D'Amico?
So, Jeff, thanks for this presentation and your participation over the months that we've been engaging with you. I guess I want to say a couple of things. The first is that when I opened the staff report, I have to be honest, this page caught me a little by surprise. I think you know, we're none of this is in our current budget, and I immediately started thinking, you know, what are we doing? What have I done? How do we talk about this and make a good next step and a good set of decisions? And so the first question I have is, in these three options, your event, as you said, would happen in the city, but it's happening on a different stage or on the same stage that is proposed by the city events?
This is for me, for Out Loud.
Yes.
So we are contracted to do an event in June for Out Loud. So ideally, if we're working on an event in the city of West Hollywood, I would love for it to be in the city of West Hollywood and not be a competing event that we're doing we wouldn't compete against the same event we would be doing for West Hollywood. So this is really up for discussion. If the city was like, we love Out Loud, we think you should use the park for the ticketed portion of the event, and Out Loud should be that ticketed portion, great. If the city was like, we are interested in finding out how ticketing our own event could help to subsidize the costs that we're looking at tonight, then Out Loud wouldn't have to be included in that. Or could be, and we could do, I mean, that would be something that we'd have to look at together and kind of discover. If I don't know if this is a question for the city attorney. I don't know. I've never worked with a municipality where the municipality has sort of ticketed the event themselves. I've worked with many municipalities where I've been the outside event that's come in, and the municipality has been some sort of, host, sponsor, whatever that means, to allow the event to take place, but isn't necessarily recouping the financial revenue from what those tickets are. But we're open to either. It's like there's a world where if we were producing free programming in option 2, that the city wanted San Vicente Boulevard and West Hollywood Park to remain 100% free and open to the public, well then it's in our best interest with our vendors to maybe work with the Pacific Design Center, hypothetically, set on our own separate contract to be like, we'll do a ticketed Out Loud across the street, but it's part of the same, time frame and everything that's happening, and the city's facilities stay free and open to the public. Same thing. It can go either or.
So if for example, if we asked JJLA to produce an event in the park, and we said, in 2022, Out Loud is our main West Hollywood Pride sort of draw, but our businesses and our bars and our sort of regular life is open but heightened, and you can buy a ticket to go to an event in the park. That's something that would be self-sustainable or practically self-sustainable by Out Loud, and so the city's participation would be sort of allowing you to use the park or some amount of financial input, or would Out Loud pay for it all?
So from my standpoint, Out Loud covers our production costs, our talent costs. It's like where Out Loud's its own tour, so to speak, right? So the trucks for the show roll in and roll out. What I want to be clear about with Out Loud is not a Pride festival. Out Loud is a queer music concert. It does not focus on nonprofit or affinity group, or it's, you know, I just want to be clear and sensitive to that, because I know that those are important elements that are part of like the greater WeHo Pride discussion. Jeff Consoletti and JJLA as event and concert producers, and me as a gay man and someone that's worked extensively for 20 years in LGBTQ, is how we kind of created Out Loud. And it's just like, it brings a community and a passion that I'm proud of to the forefront, but it's not a nonprofit. And while we raise and give donations back to nonprofit organizations and profile them in the programming, it's not like what the Pride movement does. So that's the only thing that I just want to share publicly and make sure that council is aware of.
Just real quick, just to follow up, and then Mayor Pro Tem. Jeff, is Out Loud the same number? Did you say that it was the same number of days as whatever the days are that we choose?
Out Loud is a 2-day event, so like a 2-day concert event. So, and it's a single stage show. It's not it's not a festival. It's there are multiple acts, but it's one stage in one location that's also streamed live. Like it's like a telecast, so it's streamed live to a worldwide audience.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and then I believe we also have a public speaker. So I just wanted to let everyone know that.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much, Jeff. And I know that we've, you know, with event production, you have only a certain amount of months, and I just want you to know you're appreciated working with us. Under the 2-day option 3, is Out Loud potentially also included in option 3?
A Pride in the Park version, and then yes, potentially. I would assume in that option, Out Loud would need to find, like, again, use a venue like the PDC across the street. My only caveat to that would just come back to safety, in that we would, it probably wouldn't make sense in that version to keep San Vicente open with major programming happening on both sides of the street and cars and lots of people going up and down it.
And that's because it's a 2-day event and it's ticketed, so then we couldn't have the community aspect of the free festival.
Yeah, that said, you could probably just potentially close the street without programming on it, and literally the street is just closed for pedestrian use, which obviously is a lot different of a cost of production, aside from the city's cost for closure. If there's no production in the street, meaning like literally any tents, anything there, it's just a closed street, then maybe that, you know, that sort of answers the safety question at a minimal cost increase.
Okay, Kristen, can you speak to that? If Out Loud is at the PDC and the rest under option 3, which was a 1.8 million, and we closed San Vicente just for safety reasons and not for programming, would it cost us more in public safety costs potentially? Because I see it's 1 million under the option 2, which also closes San Vicente, and it's still 1 million under option 3.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. It would be similar. You know, the traffic closure is easy. You know, it's impactful, but it's easy to do. You know, you have to watch it at the top and the bottom, basically, at San Vicente, at Santa Monica, and then also at Melrose. We do need to accommodate the buses and a fire lane. So there's some expense there to kind of build that infrastructure in the middle with some fencing. The one thing we just would look at is the volume of people and the volume of alcohol. And that may increase the medical a little bit, but it wouldn't be significantly different than the other option.
Okay. And Jeff, I've always really been more interested in the city working with you in getting some type of revenue stream back to us through sponsorships, quite frankly, more so than tickets. And one of the concerns I had with Out Loud being in the park is that it's got built-in sponsorships. And so I don't know, I mean, if you have sponsor A already having that visibility, what's their incentive to sponsor WeHo Pride rather than Out Loud, because they already have that visibility. But if Out Loud is in the PDC and we did go with, because I think what I'm hearing is that there's concerns about costs, and I share those concerns too, quite frankly. But I also feel, Councilmember D'Amico, after looking at this kind of thoroughly and hearing about this, is that our residents have said that the best part of Pride in 2019 was the free booths, the free concert with Paula Abdul and Todrick Hall, right? Who did an incredible, they both were incredible. And so I wonder if option 3, which would be scaled down, potentially would give us, and this, Jeff, this is a question for you because I know you addressed this in the subcommittee meeting. If we were interested in sponsorship revenues, a share of sponsorship revenues, I think if you can let the full council know what your thoughts were, because I remember you saying you'd need to hire someone who would be able to, get sponsorships for this, correct?
Yeah, so typically JJLA is not a sponsorship sales entity, and even for Out Loud does have sponsors. We're contracted because we're paid to produce the programming with a relationship we have with Twitch. Twitch then is like the network that sells on-air sponsorships for the program. So any sponsor that's coming to Out Loud really does not care about visible branding in West Hollywood. They care about the eyes that are watching the program online. What I think is interesting about a WeHo Pride sponsorship package is there is a demographic and an audience that is coming to West Hollywood specifically for Pride, that brands that we have worked with in West Hollywood in the past, but also just nationwide would be interested in. And that probably, while there might be a few of those sponsors that would overlap and be like, yeah, we'll take the on-air spot, they also want to be in West Hollywood because they want the eyes of the people that would be coming to WeHo Pride and would be going to the business community in West Hollywood. Like, that's the consumer that they're trying to attract. So what we are good at doing is helping to conceive and kind of create what that sponsor program is, and identifying and quantifying costs against, what sellable areas look like. And then yes, Mayor Pro Tem, we could identify like someone to help in those sales efforts, which could help to offset costs. But typically JJLA is not like a sponsorship sales engine.
I just have a quick question before I go to Councilmember Erickson. Jeff, if you were to have Out Loud in the West Hollywood Park, would you be paying a rental fee? I mean, would we assume you're paying a rental fee?
I guess that would be a question I would have for this group. I mean, yes, if we were shopping for any venue, especially like obviously the Pacific Design Center is going to have a rental cost. If we were going to host Out Loud, hosted in West Hollywood Park, and we're promoting West Hollywood as part of, its entity, then maybe there's some reduced costs that the city would be interested in, but not necessarily expected on our behalf. So if we were looking at, as Jeff as the WeHo Pride producer and taking Out Loud to you, then I would look at it more as a partnership agreement. But if Jeff just as a producer and of Out Loud, that doesn't have much to do with anything in WeHo Pride, then yes, I guess I would entertain what does the business relationship with the city look like and what is the cost of use of facility.
Thank you. Councilmember Erickson, do you have a question?
I just would like to hear from the public.
Okay, then we're going to go to the public.
Thank you, Mayor. Our speaker on this item is, I apologize, Robert Oliver. Robert, if you would like, I see you, there you go. You'll have 2 minutes.
Sure. Good evening, council members. My name is Robert Oliver, and I'm a current public safety commissioner and a former member of the Lesbian and Gay Advisory Board. But tonight I'm speaking as a resident. I'm really excited to have Pride back in West Hollywood. Growing up in Los Angeles and coming out as gay at 14 years old, LA Pride was one of my greatest connections to the community when I needed it most, and it still is. We are a diverse LGBTQ community, and I want every member of our community to feel what I felt at 14 and have felt ever since, that they're a valued and equal part of this annual celebration. So I would like to point out that looking at the current budget allocations for Trans Pride, for Sober Pride, Dyke March, and Black Pride, I think we can and should do more. So I encourage council to consider increased funding for these specific Pride events to ensure that we are being an inclusive and affirming city for all members of our community. Thank you, and I look forward to Pride.
Thank you, Robert. Mayor, that was our only speaker for this item.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have some council deliberation? Councilmember D'Amico?
I didn't raise my hand, but I'll happily speak. I guess what I want to start with is that.
Can I interrupt you? It looks like the
Interrupt away. Yes.
L project looks like they want to.
They raised their hand. Yeah, I was just texting you.
And that's what I was going to actually start with, is that I think there are some other things we need to consider, including the Women's Music Festival suggested by the L Project. So that's a, maybe they can.
Segue. Thank you,
Yeah.
Councilmember D'Amico.
L Project, there you go. Go ahead.
Hello. Good evening, everyone, and thank you, Mayor Meister and Mayor Pro Tem Shine, and to all the City Council members for giving me an opportunity to speak on behalf of my organization, the L Project. I am Chris Baldwin, the founding president and the current vice president, and I'd like to encourage the council to support agenda item 4C, along with our proposal to produce a women's event for Pride next year, which is the Women's Freedom Festival, and work in partnership with JJLA. We are a historically lesbian 501c3 organization producing multicultural events to showcase emerging LGBTQ, Black, Brown, Asian, and Indigenous people of color creatives through the arts. And last year, we produced Women's Freedom Festival, a global virtual Pride event in West Hollywood. Thank you to Mayor Pro Tem Shine and Lindsay Horvath for making that happen last year. And I think it's really important that the city supports and invests in art and tech organizations like the L Project, which is run by women of color, and to support art orgs like ours, which we are working to build a more inclusive LGBTQ community that empowers and supports women and non-binary creatives. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. If there's anyone else in the meeting who wishes to speak on this item, which is the update regarding programming options for WeHo Pride, please use the raise hand feature. Seeing none. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember D'Amico, would you like to continue?
Sure. So what I was going to say was that the L Project and the suggestions that Robert Oliver made, I think those rise to the top, as well as whatever we might do in the park. And so that's number one. Number two, I'm not actually married to what I'm about to say next. So if my colleagues want to go the other way, I'm going to support it, because I think we're going to, move as a team to make this happen. But I do want to put out there that in a scenario in which I think makes some amount of sense, though is not fully developed, is that, and this is not said in order of importance or the hierarchy is, doesn't exist in what I'm speaking next, is that we would ask JJLA to produce their event in our park, and that would happen on the weekend and the days that he said, and that would free up a considerable amount of money for us to invest in the kinds of things like the L Project and that Robert Oliver identified for us to spend 2 to 4 to 6 weeks budgetizing, not a word, and prioritizing to sit around that music event, understanding full well, Jeff, that you are not a pride organization, you are a music production business or an event production business. We're not asking you to produce our pride. In this case, I'm suggesting you would produce a music event, and then we would produce other events around our city or nearby your event that would take into consideration the sort of other opportunities that we have to invite and support and celebrate people in our city. So that's sort of my take on it, that, that to me feels like the next logical step in our effort to build and design a WeHo Pride, which is that we have our business community, we have a celebrated global music event, we have affinity groups that will be supported and invited, and all of that comes in at $500,000 or less in terms of the cost to the city, but it's the sum of its parts are so much larger and accomplish our goals. So that's what I, after reading our report, hearing from Jeff this evening, talking with the city manager, those are the ideas that I have. And I just want to finish kind of with where I started, which I'm happy to hear from my colleagues and join ourselves in doing whatever it is we all decide to do. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and call on my own hand. I think that that's a smart way of going about this, especially since we talked about doing this, at levels, not going from A to Z, but going from maybe A to C and then to F and then to whatever. In terms of the budgeted events on table 3, what I would suggest is that staff come back to us with a larger budget. But I also think that rather than allocating those budgets individually at this moment, I think it's important for us to know what events what would be happening so that we allocate the amounts appropriately. I think that we, again, engage our businesses. I do think that, we need to talk to Jeff about, facilities and also public safety and the medical tent and all of that, because obviously those are needs that are still going to, that we're going to still have to deal with. So I am on the same path as Councilmember D'Amico and interested in hearing from my colleagues. Councilmember Horvath.
Thank you, Mayor. So I guess I would like clarification on how that's different than option 2. I think that was what was recommended from the subcommittee. I think Councilmember D'Amico's on that. And so I just want to understand how what he's saying tonight is different than option 2 before I say the rest of what I want to say.
So I don't know, Megan, if you want to answer or you want me to answer or someone else can answer.
Councilmember D'Amico.
So option 2 is a city produced event in the park. And I'm suggesting we wouldn't produce that, but we would negotiate with JJLA to have them use our park to produce a ticketed concert in the park. And we would produce other events, either nearby, perhaps on Robertson Boulevard, perhaps in Plummer Park. And so the cost of producing out loud would be held and managed by Jeff. Again, I could be Out Loud in WeHo, and so we give him the use of the park and we buy that brand or not. I mean, that's all negotiating down the road. But the $2.5 million cost, for the most part, disappears because we're not producing an event. He is putting on a concert, and we would be budgeting additional events for additional groups that would happen at the same time or other times during the month to celebrate Pride in that way.
And those other activities would happen on Robertson, San Vicente, and around the park and not in the park?
Well, again, they could happen on different weekends because they wouldn't necessarily involve 10,000 people. They might involve 500 people, and that's a different strategy. There could be the L Project concert, could be in, again, it could be in Plummer Park. It could just that we would have a different strategy for producing Pride overall, as sort of a series of ornaments around a tree, as opposed to sort of everything jammed into a 3-day weekend with a concert across the street that JJLA would produce.
Sure. So building on that idea, thank you for explaining that. I just want to make sure we're all clear about what we might be voting on. Expanding on that idea, I think I too went to Out Loud, Happy Pride, John Erickson, and we had the experience of being able to see what it's like in a big arena, but it's always different when we're trying to put something like that nestled in community. And so I want to make sure that we feel okay about that. And it sounds like we do, so long as it becomes an event that JJLA produces in the park. I think something that I've heard a lot of interest in from the community is continuing to have a parade. And I'm hearing from staff that maybe that's not something they have thoughts about whether and how we do that. I think that's something that perhaps if for any number of reasons, we as the city don't want to produce something like that. That's typically something that's done by an outside group that seeks permits from the city to do. Maybe that's something that could also happen on another weekend by another organization that comes in seeking permits, and we're in the position of saying yes or no, as opposed to designing it. And I think I'm really coming from the place of the role of the city is not to tell people what their experience of Pride is, but to create the opportunity for an experience of Pride that is produced by others. And so I agree, it doesn't all have to happen at one time or in one weekend or in one way. I'm open to, seeing the applications that come forward. And I know that we've narrowed it down to these events. And I think I just want to make a special shout out, especially for the sober programming. I think that's a critical component and a legacy project that is very important to maintain and fund and create an experience for people to be a part of what happens here in the city. So I think I'm certainly open to your suggestion and finding how we can have other events that are reflective of community, produced by community, not the city. And I think that's a direction I'm very comfortable going.
Thank you, Councilmember Horvath. Councilmember Erickson.
Thanks so much, Mayor. And I want to thank the members of the public that spoke. I too am in agreement with what Councilmember Horvath said in getting to this direction. I understand our special events division isn't an event that produces special events, but they also permit special events. So it's important to make sure that whatever groups are coming in, like Councilmember Horvath said, we allow them the tools to apply for and bring that community to West Hollywood. I think that's very critical. It would be great to see the L Project do some type of event in Plummer Park on that same weekend or another weekend. I think that they have it within their capability to do that, and having the open space, I think that's critical. When I attended Out Loud, it's a little bit of an Out Loud love fest here. Happy Pride again, Councilmember Horvath. But I kept saying Out Loud needed West Hollywood because I think West Hollywood would bring in the type of event space, venue, city, location, community to really, I think, showcase all the amazing stuff that was there. So allowing that to be in the park, I think, is really critical. And then have events take place around it. So I think what we're hearing here is a little bit of a mixture between option 3, maybe a little bit of option 2, with some aspects of money. I don't know how we can put that into a motion. Maybe Mayor Pro Tem Shine could do it while her hand is raised next, or however. But I think what I'm interested in is ensuring that the community can come together in June of this year, vaxxed, boosted, masked, all the things that Mayor Meister always talks about at every event, to ensure that we're safe. But I have heard that people want to see something occur on Santa Monica Boulevard. They miss the parade. They miss a march. I produce many marches in my spare time. Many of you have been to the Women's March. It is not easy. I do not wish that on anyone. I think parades are a little bit more easier, and I think they're a little bit more fun personally. But ultimately, I would like to see that come back to our city. I think our community really loves that. It's great for our businesses. Many of us know how much our businesses love seeing everyone come in. I think that was missing, as Mayor Pro Tem Shine said. Our businesses were our floats this past year, but how can we put those floats also back onto the streets, or whatever would go onto the streets would be needed. So I think we're all getting to the same direction. So whoever wants to try to find a way to wrap this up, I'm willing to support. But I appreciate the subcommittee's diligent work with Jeff, and I really look forward to seeing a lot of this stuff in West Hollywood in June 2022.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, and thank you to my colleagues for great discussion. Okay, so I just want to talk about the 4 different groups first, and then I'll get to JJLA and Out Loud. I want to be clear what we're talking about: Black Pride, L Project, Women's Freedom Festival, Sizzle, and Trans Pride. I would love for us to work with these 4 different affinity groups. And I mean, we may have another affinity group, maybe Still Bisexual would want to work with us too, actually, as an affinity group. But the one organization that has submitted an RFP and is, I'm going to say, cooked, which means we have the budget, we know what they want, they gave us all the options, they've showed up twice. I would really like for us to vote on having the L Project Women's Freedom Festival, but absolutely, Mayor, I agree. We don't have all the information or costs, or we need to do outreach to Black Pride, Sizzle, Trans Pride, and I'm going to include Still Bisexual as well in that, to see if they are interested in working with us. And maybe that could come back to us at a next council meeting of what we'll budget for those prides if there's interest. As far as Out Loud and the different options, I just, Councilmember D'Amico, I just want to make it clear, because he and I have obviously been talking a lot. So I understand where he was coming from, and agree too in reducing costs. Having Out Loud actually would mean that it wouldn't be option 2, and it wouldn't really be the cost of option 3 either. Having Out Loud as presented by Councilmember D'Amico would mean that Out Loud would take the park for 2 days, and we work with Jeff, and that's it. And then we let the businesses activate like they did last year, and let people come to our city. And then we would work with the L Project and they would produce their event because L Project produces their events. And Black Pride can produce their events. Last time we had Black Pride, we co-sponsored them at Rocco's. Maybe that's where they would want to be, who knows? Sizzle is a built-in programming. Obviously, there's incredible people in the community that already do the programming for that. And maybe they'll work with the organizations they work with again. And then Trans Pride, let's get our transgender advisory board involved and see what their input is for Trans Pride. And then still bisexual too. They have worked with us in the city before for Bi Pride, and it would be nice to really, we're talking about being inclusive, let's be inclusive. And that wouldn't be a 760,000 price tag. That would actually be, Jeff would get out loud and we could write and figure it out, but it brings us to, what is that, Councilmember D'Amico, 0? Who would pay for the public safety costs? There would be some public safety costs we'd want to probably help.
It's not 0, but I don't think it's $1.8 million. I think some of these events, will be large, but will be, 200, 400, 500 people and that's a different scale event that has a different strategy around public safety, et cetera.
Let's not forget the Dyke March.
Right.
Yeah, well, yes. Dyke March is produced by the city, very much needed. I personally think L Project would do better being that weekend, and maybe it's Palmer Park. I've said this before in our public meeting. I would love Dyke March to move out of the Veterans Memorial Park to a more suitable area and space, and our LGAP, potentially LGBTQ commission, whenever that comes back to us, can help with that. Okay, so let's see if I can put this into a motion, or Councilmember Horvath, sorry, Mayor.
Councilmember Horvath, did you want to add something?
I was just going to try and make a motion. So if Mayor Pro Tem wants to do it, I'm happy to defer, but I'm ready to try.
Do it.
Okay,
let's try to make the motion. Let's go.
So we're being asked so what I'm hearing is an openness to JJLA producing Out Loud the first weekend of June in West Hollywood Park, and the particulars of it to be worked out, but the function of it is like when Elton John's group comes in and leases the park. They're doing an event that members of the public can buy tickets to. It's a ticketed event. They are using the space as an event that is in the community, but ultimately a private sort of event, privately produced event that would happen again that first weekend in June. We would accept the proposal from L Project to produce the event that they have proposed, and we would give direction to staff to be, we would be open to applications for a parade and other programming, especially from our affinity groups, once we know what they're actually asking for, so we can properly authorize direction to staff on those proposals. Is that clear?
Yes, and I'll second that motion.
Okay.
Is that clear to everybody? Any additions? Councilmember D'Amico?
I think it's worth asking Cleo or Megan to maybe clarify their recommendation that a parade would perhaps best be targeted for 2023. I think there were some conversations, but I'm also aware that there were some requests around sharing some parts of those conversations So I,
And sorry, just to be clear, one more thing in my motion before they answer. These events, JJLA would produce both that first weekend, but they would also be the producer for the city to coordinate the other events. So we're not sort of producing community events. They would, or did we not want JJLA to be involved in the community events at all?
I think those events are producible by the community organizations themselves, but I don't know. I mean, I don't know.
Okay, that was the last piece I wanted to make sure we clarified. So JJLA is clear on what direction we're giving them. Thank you.
Great. And Cleo, did you want to respond on the parade issue?
I think, yes, we had a conversation with Lauren Langer, who I believe is on the call with us, and Meg detailed it in the report how there are still concerns about the city producing a parade and what that looks like. I don't want to use the wrong terminology. No, I want to use the legal parts, which we did put, they wrote that piece. So I'll let Lauren respond directly on the parade language. And then to the part about the JJLA producing, Jeff can speak to that, but looking at his producing and the city sponsoring a large special event in the park out loud that streams live, and then the community groups that we've been talking about that have been sponsored in the past, my understanding would want to be sponsored again this time and then produce their own events in and around the West Hollywood area at various venues. That they can collaborate also with JJLA if JJLA is open to producing portions of other events outside of the Out Loud event.
Councilmember D'Amico.
So I guess there was maybe just some additional information about, the historic producer of the parade in our city had a preference for when the parade might happen, which comes with a fairly significant amount of cost for closing the street on the day that parade would happen. So that, I think, is a separate council discussion of and I think, Kristen, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I think, more than $500,000 to close the street for a morning for a parade, which, absolutely can be worth those dollars. But what would happen at the end of that parade? What would people who went to the parade be going to at the end of the parade, and what would? So I think there are just some questions about, like, are we producing a parade that has a beginning and an end, but there's sort of either put the music festival at the beginning and then have the parade after the festival, or run the parade in the other direction and have it finish at a music festival or something, but we don't really have the same setup that we had before, and we're not proposing that. And the people who produced those parades historically in the past had their own ideas about, what the city would do, how it might happen. And it just hasn't been sort of syncing up with even the things that were listed in option 1, 2, and 3, let alone the option that we're coming up with now.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Councilmember D'Amico. I think what we need to be, well, first, if the parade happens, if it works out and an organization steps up and they take care of it and it seems cost effective for us, weighing the benefits and negatives at a future council meeting, because I think we need more information. A lot of times parade goers don't necessarily go into the festival. That was always ticketed anyway, right? So I guess they could get a ticket to go to Out Loud, or they can go to the restaurants and eat after a long day of standing around, and they could give money to our businesses and then try to walk home or wherever to get to their parked cars. I think Councilmember Horvath was asking that we reach out to see if there's interest and get information back. This is a decision I don't think we need to make tonight, but really find out what the cost will be from public safety. And obviously, you know, in the past, the prior organizer, which was CSW, would have the parade, and then they would also sell booths inside a festival that they were also in charge of. The booths aren't going to happen. So, you know, when those discussions happen with them or anyone else, it is solely just a parade that they would be able to have, because we're not really having a space that we're opening for nonprofit booths and so forth in the discussions that we've had tonight.
Councilmember
Thank
Erickson.
you.
I guess I'm growing a little concerned because we asked for an RFP to do a WeHo Pride. And right now we're permitting an event that's ticketed in West Hollywood, out loud, good, great, grand. And then we're inviting a smattering of orgs to do events in the city. It's not a WeHo Pride. I mean, you can call it WeHo Pride and do it, but like one event's going to be on a Tuesday, one event's going to be on a weekend, something's going to be on the other day. What I'm really interested in, and what I think the community was betting on, was a WeHo Pride. And I think that option was presented to us in the options that were in the staff report. I understand people want to be, and our conversation of peeling this onion is one way, but when you talk about a parade, where do people go? They're not going to go anywhere. They can go to the Abbey, they can go to one of these businesses, good, great, grand, but people also want to go to a Pride. And I think that it's a disservice to the community in a way to do that. And I think that ultimately, you know, we can have all these groups do it, but I have to say, you know, having produced events in the past, a lot of these groups, you know, are going to need significant resources to hire an event producer to do an event that even mirrors or gets to the level of which we really would look at it. And is that then melded into a cohesive Pride that's WeHo Pride, separate from what JJLA has presented? I don't know, but it sounds like what we asked for and what we've talked about for a while isn't what actually we're about to make a decision on. And I don't know, I'm a little disheartened by that. I think we're all trying to get to some type of a solution here to fix a problem. I wasn't on the council when all the fun went down the last time, and I get that. It's really, you know, crappy about what happened with CSW and everything else and how that went down. But I'm interested in a WeHo Pride. I'm interested in having an event where it's closed off and our community come together. They love the nonprofit booths. They thought it was so successful. We don't have to close Santa Monica. It could be Robertson and San Vicente along with the Out Loud event. And it can all be a cohesive thing. But what I am not hearing right now is a WeHo Pride. And I'm just hearing a concert that's ticketed that Jeff handles and will do an amazing job. And it's going to be amazing, but then nothing else. And I'm disappointed by that. And I don't know how we get to a WeHo Pride, but the options are before us, and I hope we can.
Councilmember Horvath.
That's why I asked about JJLA producing the rest of it. I think we're trying to brand a WeHo Pride, but my concern is I don't want the city telling community organizations how to express their pride. I think that's not the appropriate role of government. And so when we're producing a branded event, hiring an event producer to make it a cohesive experience is great. But I think ultimately we still need to understand what those community groups are bringing to the table. And I think that's the lack of clarity we're hearing expressed from at least a few members of the council. So we're just asking for a clearer understanding of what's going to happen in the community space that will be provided, whether it's that first weekend or multiple weekends throughout the city. But the events will be permitted, and they will be, I think, ought to be coordinated by JGLA, whether it's that one weekend or several weekends. So that way there is sort of a brand, a pride, an understanding of what it is. And somebody who has the experience working with our event staff that I think will help benefit community organizations. So that's what I intended. And I hope that's that. I want to offer to the seconder of the motion to clarify whether you're okay with that or not.
Councilmember D'Amico. You're on mute.
I don't think I was the seconder of the motion.
But your hand is up.
Yes, and I wanted to say after, I guess, but I support that. I think what John and Lindsay are saying is exactly right. You know, we need to have something that has more critical mass. I think having an anchor idea around out loud, which seems like all 5 of us are checked into, and you know we're going to vote yes on, and then somehow putting together the other parts and pieces of this under some kind of a a designed umbrella. Jeff is absolutely, I'm sure among the list of people who can do that and help us achieve that. So I certainly don't disagree with that. And again, I think by sort of having this anchor event sort of being in our city, the other stuff, there's plenty of dollars and in some way time to figure that out in the coming month or two to figure out what those smaller but important community events might look like, how they might be tied together and have their own critical mass. So I agree with Lindsay, and I'm interested to hear what the seconder of the motion has to say.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I agree with Lindsay too. And actually, I see Jeff has your hand raised because you wanted to jump in and give us some information, or is it still raised from before, Jeff?
Well, it's yes, it's raised just because I realize we're talking about services that we would potentially provide.
Exactly.
And I just wanted to make sure I was being clear on that. In what was included, and I think Councilmember Horvath was alluding to this initially, but what we put together in option 1, 2, or 3, when we were talking about affinity groups. Firstly, I needed direction from this group on who those affinity groups are. Just like when we would produce an event for CSW or for anyone, they would say to us, hey, we really feel strongly about affinity group XYZ, whoever. So hearing that list, Mayor Pro Tem, that you started to list, and it's not even to say that we need to like put the pin on like those groups tonight. We shouldn't. Like what JJLA would do as part of this overarching WeHo Pride contract is to work with these interested submissions and then identify the footprint, presumably along San Vicente or Robertson, to give these groups their space to then activate. And then as opposed to each group coordinating their own rental or stage or umbrellas or whatever it is that they want to do, because I agree with you, Councilmember Horvath, and I think I've learned on riding this Pride train for all these years, we want to listen to what these groups that specialize in their community areas want to do. What I'm here to help service is how to get that done in the most cohesive, professional way. So if Out Loud's an anchor in WeHo Park, then I would recommend that we look at a closure in and around WeHo Park to help supplement the programming that affinity groups would bring to the table, or nonprofit tents, or whatever we want that to be. So on a Pride weekend, groups can come together. And I think if there's a budget concern with the 3 options, there's a lot of gray area or rainbow area, if you will, between each of these options to be able to say hey, what can we do for $1 million or 1.5 million or 750,000 or whatever it is, but sort of, let's work with a footprint and what we want sort of a cap to be. and know that is JJLA the producer to help organize that, or are we just simply coming to West Hollywood with a show that we have similar to Elton John? But I think from my standpoint, it would be helpful to leave tonight with some sort of clarity, just again, going back to the instance of time and what it would need for anyone to get this done, not just me. But I hope that helps to clarify. Option 2 and 3, for sure, I didn't try to identify affinity groups, just sort of said, let's bring them to the table, we're ready for it. And if there's a list, especially like the Women's Freedom Festival that has been here at all these meetings with me as well, like, yes, can't wait. Let's make sure that they're part of this programming, whether it's even in the footprint I just identified or wherever it might be in the city. But we're here to help supplement that on the city's behalf.
So would we be looking at then basically an option 4 that's maybe at a little less of the production costs, talent fees, et cetera, because what that will be is out loud, which is self-sufficient. So we are looking at an option 4, which may be a lower budget, but still have that connection with the affinity groups. Is that right?
Mayor, I was gonna talk about that in the same way that I see option 3 is $760,000, and that's what I've heard. I'm comfortable with that amount, but I would also love to see the footprint and dollar amount that would come back in a future conversation. And so I actually am comfortable with if, and I'm not the maker or seconder of said motion, but if a conversation for a dollar amount of $760,000 or even up to $1 million for them to come back with what that footprint would look like. It's not option 2, it's not option 3, but is it going to be the $1 million price tag, or is it ultimately going to be a number that allows Jeff to have the freedom to look at that footprint successfully, identify where those affinity groups come alongside the anchor of Out Loud, and then provide us with those accurate, I think, figures is, I think, what I'm comfortable with at the moment. I think we need to make sure we're giving him some latitude here, and I'm comfortable with the numbers I'm talking about, but maybe others aren't, and then we can have another conversation.
Well, I would be comfortable with something coming back to us in option 4 that is a little less than option 3. But again, I feel like the production costs included in option 3 would not necessarily be at that full amount if we're looking at Out Loud handling the music portion or talent portion of this event. Sorry, I have a helicopter landing on my house, I think. So that would be my choice. And then the only other thing that I would add is I think that we should reach out also to the business community to see what can be, what the businesses would like to put forward, similar to what we did last year, which did seem to be successful. And I think that would be, especially if we're not closing Santa Monica Boulevard again, it might be an important piece of this as well. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I think we need to make a decision tonight. We have very limited time. Our next meeting isn't until January. The longer we wait, the less time there is to plan. Is that what we're talking about here is much smaller than what the subcommittee had recommended originally, but much more time needed to really, this is an inaugural WeHo Pride. If we're going to brand this as our first WeHo Pride, then we're going to need the time put in there for proper planning. I think the businesses honestly are, you know, they're going to be very, quite frankly, they were happy last year. We did well. It was stickers on everyone's windshield. That was about it. It drove itself. I think we said, I don't know, Councilmember D'Amico, if it was you or me saying, if they turn the lights on, everyone's going to come, and that's what happened. But I also want to say David Wilson has his hand up, so I.
Yes, David.
What I think would be helpful, because I think you have provided a lot of direction tonight, but I think what would be helpful for staff and JJLA is if you were to give us a dollar amount. So aside from the Out Loud Music Festival, what does the city council want to spend for the affiliated groups and for public safety? And then we can work with JJLA to see what that looks like. And hopefully that's something less than the 1.8 million, because that was the lowest number that we had before. But is that number, going back to some of Erickson's number, is that $1 million for both public safety, out of pocket for the city, and for some of these other affiliated events? And then we can work with Jeff to see if we can figure out something that fits within that dollar amount.
Councilmember D'Amico.
So yes, David, I will suggest that we limit it at $800,000. And I would also suggest that we not limit ourselves to doing this all on the first weekend in June. I think there are already indications that some organizations, some groups may want to have events in our city that would be branded with WeHo Pride and not be happening on the first weekend in June. It doesn't have to be the case. It may be that Jeff and staff get together and all they hear is, yes, we want to, we want to be side by side with you while you're doing that. That will attract a bunch of people. We will, we will feed off each other, and that would be the end of that discussion. But I do think it's worth hearing, letting us vote to have JJLA move forward, letting organizations determine if they want to have their own sort of separate time in the city or do it just at that very moment. So that's what I would say. And I come to that $800,000 amount because the public safety costs, I think, will be shared, right, with this event. And if we're used to closing Robertson Boulevard, it certainly did not cost us $1 million a weekend. There were some costs involved, but we know that can happen, and that's a sort of tried and true sort of cost. And so, and we can always put more dollars in, but I think that I would just suggest that $800,000 is a good target for us to take as the next step in this Pride effort.
Thank you. Councilmember Erickson.
I just had a question. Would it be $800,000 plus public safety? No. Okay, sorry. So $800,000 all. Is it possible to see an option with $800,000 plus public safety as well? Because I don't know. I think they need to be separate personally. I think public safety is what I've seen from sitting in this chair for a year. Public safety costs are very inflated, and they get us deputies and cowboy hats. And so, I don't necessarily know what that will be like. So I didn't know if maybe it's $800,000 and then staff looks at $800,000 plus public safety. I don't know, but I just think they should be separate personally.
I mean, I see where Councilmember D'Amico is coming from, because if you assume that the main event is Jeff's event, and that takes off money from the 760, plus there's rental or waiving or whatever of fees, some exchange there, and that sharing in the public safety costs, which are the $1 million. I'd be happy to go to $1 million as a let's just see what it looks like. $1 million, let's see what it looks like. Councilmember Horvath.
I'm willing to accept $1 million to attach to this event for the related up to $1 million. We don't have to spend all of it if we can find a way to do it for less. all saying that the Out Loud experience is supposed to be self-contained in terms of cost, that this $1 million cost is really about the amplified community events around that event, whether it's that weekend or another time. I hear JJLA asking for clarification on who those groups are, though. And so I think we don't have that information for them tonight, outside of L Project, which it sounds like we're all in agreement about. So I think we want those affinity groups to be represented, but we don't know who they are yet. And so I just want to restate that we're open to entities that want to represent these affinity groups and work with JJLA to help make that experience happen in terms of WeHo Pride. And that's what we're budgeting for. I also want to say that in the past, we've created a public safety tent. And I still have concerns about that. I know that we've created that to help offset impact on related facilities in the area. But the idea that we're creating a place for people to get exorbitantly intoxicated and treated in the city, I think is not the message that we want to be sending. And we did have a Pride last year where people went out and visited our bars, and we didn't pay millions of dollars for that tent to exist. And I don't know from this report or what the feedback was from last year, whether that was a problem. But I think that if what we're doing is encouraging people to go out to our businesses, we were able to manage that safely last year. And my hope and expectation is that we can continue to manage things safely without creating the perception that it's okay to be out of control.
I would like to just keep the medical tent as part of the estimate for now, because it would be also partly absorbed by JJLA's event. So I think that we're better safe than sorry. And this, you can't compare an event of whatever size this is going to be to people going to our bars and restaurants, which they do every weekend. Mayor Pro Tem, would you?
Yes, I would like to second Councilmember Horvath's motion.
And are you omitting the tent, the medical tent? Or is that okay that it stays within what we're discussing in terms of the overall figuring out a budget?
Councilmember Horvath is the maker of the motion, so I'm going to let her. If Councilmember Horvath, if you want to get input maybe from Kristen on the last year's information that might guide your decision.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. The medical tent with that volume of people in town is not an option. The county EMS agency approves our mass gathering plans for just that amount of people in town. So we definitely need a medical tent to care for just the volume of patients that we get, because the volume of people that are in town can be 2-3 times our residential population. And the hospitals just can't bear the burden of, the sprained ankles, overly intoxicated, just the things that happen in large crowds.
So what happened last year?
We felt that we were walking a fine line without it last year. And we also weren't doing concerts in the park and things like that. So it was just full businesses. So if we have a concert and community events and possibly a march, or, just again, we would base it on the number of people that would be coming to town, how much extra medical we would need to staff.
Do we require a medical tent for the other special events like HBO and Elton John?
It's a different thing. They do pay for on-site ambulances though at their expense. So a lot of those events have their own transport and paramedics on site that coordinate with county fire. But it's a different type of event. Most of those are sit-down dinners as opposed to parties in the street and in the bars. So it generates a different type of call for service.
Understood. I just am responding to the statement that JJLA would be paying in part for this tent for Out Loud. And it sounds like that's not what we typically ask for in terms of that kind of event. So I think I don't need to micromanage the details. I think the amount was $1 million. My concern is that we are both saying we want to accommodate a sober group and then creating a tent that is, on its face, it feels like it's about people being overly intoxicated. And that's not the message I want to be sending, and that's not where I want to be spending money. I want people to be having an experience of culture and community, and that's what I would like that money to be spent on. So if everyone's comfortable with $1 million to accommodate all that we've up to $1 million to accommodate what we have given direction on, and keeping in mind we don't yet have any applicants to be supporting those things, we might be severely under $1 million if that doesn't happen. But I think we've now got a motion with a price tag and a second.
Councilmember D'Amico.
And I just want to say we're all going to be here as this develops. So please come back and tell us how we can help make it make more sense. But I just want to say, speak strongly in support of this next step for what is the development of WeHo Pride, and believing very strongly in JJLA and Jeff bringing a very exciting weekend to the city around which other organizations can plan, or if it's too much, they can plan to do it on the following weekend. We can have a sober convention on the last weekend of June, whatever thing or sets of things our community organizations would like to do. I'm just super excited that we have such a big talent who's willing to work with us, sit through our meetings, understands our process enough to tolerate these kinds of discussions. So thank you, Jeff. And thank you to my colleagues and to Mayor Pro Tem for being part of the Pride Subcommittee with me. And thank you.
I just want to be clear, Kristen, will you be coming back to us with your recommendations in terms of what public safety needs?
Yes, and we did like a rough map of just kind of like having a really busy weekend in the city with some of the things we've talked about tonight, the lower impact community events and Out Loud. And we're pricing it around like $250 to $300. I think I was at like $280 just for some, extra fire in town. The medical's really the biggest piece. We won't have a ton of sheriff needs without the big street closures. It's mostly the fire, EMS, medical side.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Erickson.
I'm putting everything that everyone just said in a book, and I'm going to place it on the shelf. I'm going to ask a separate question that I don't think was answered. And if it was, I apologize, but it was what Councilmember D'Amico said regarding Lauren Langer's commentary on the parade. And I just wanted to close that chapter or allow the latitude for Jeff. And maybe that's what we decided, correct me if I'm wrong, that should a parade as an affinity group, or I don't know who would do it or something like that, would come and do a parade. Is that where we were going and we're not involved? And Jeff is kind of the one leading the way. I think if I see Mayor Pro Tem shaking her head, no, I would like to get I don't know, some way, insert metaphor here to figure out what the parade aspect is as well.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, so the direction from Councilmember Horvath was for staff to reach out to potential partners in doing the parade, and obviously JJLA would work with, if anybody steps up, would work with them in whatever way Jeff feels comfortable, but the city would not be producing a parade. So it would need to be a partner that steps up, that wants to do a parade. That's
in the appropriate way.
Yes, in the appropriate way.
That means Jeff has to come back and deal with another council meeting maybe, but we'll see if he comes back again in the future. If Jeff builds it, they will come.
If anyone applies.
Well, that's true too.
Okay, I believe we have a motion and we have a second. Madam City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember D'Amico,
Yes.
Councilmember Erickson,
Yes.
Councilmember Horvath,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Shine,
Yes.
Mayor Meister.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Okay, great. It's 9:30. Let's take a 10-minute break. Be back at 9:40. Okay, we're almost back. All right, I believe that we are back. And now we are on to item 4D, ad hoc events subcommittee recommendations for the fiscal year 22 to 23 budgeted special events list. And would the subcommittee, the ad hoc subcommittee, like to say a few words?
Sure. So I just want to make it very clear. We had really thorough meetings and discussions. One thing that may not appear in the staff report when you come down to the final figure that we cut, the reality is we could have gone in there and said, let's forget the cuts that we've already made and start from before the pandemic. But we kept those numbers, realizing that we wanted to be fiscally responsible, and really went in there and thoroughly made suggestions for cuts and changes to programs to really make things more fair, up to date of where we are today, and in a practical sense, work out better for all involved. So I'm going to let Councilmember Erickson contribute.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem. Yeah, that's it. We were able to work with the events team. I know that there are some events on here that are events that are brought separately as staff items for co-sponsorship, like the marathon and other events, but if staff could clarify that, because that's a couple of questions that I had, just because I think this is a different chart than what I was looking at in all of our meetings. Granted, they were at 8 in the morning, and everyone knows how I am in the morning. And so I'm not very good then. But we also look at equity across the board in terms of a lot of the events by keeping those cuts in place, but then ultimately looking at where other cuts could be made as well for a lot of the events, also taking in COVID to understand what that would be as we move forward. And obviously the discussion of in-person events that we've had today, how much does a virtual event actually cost versus what we've been giving in the past, those types of things. So, but any more questions, and we're happy to answer, Mayor.
Thank you so much. Does anyone want to start the conversation? I have comments, but happy to hear from others first.
Do we have any speakers?
Yeah, we have one speaker for this item.
Thank you, Councilmember Horvath.
Gossi, if you would like to, I see him.
Hi, good evening. Thank you, Madam Mayor, council members, Agassi Topchan, 26-year resident of West Hollywood and the Russian Festival director. I'm here to speak against the 36,000 or 50% of the entire Russian Festival budget cut. We just conducted a virtual celebration of the 20th anniversary of the festival. We truly hope that the festival will only grow. The festival has already become a landmark event for West Hollywood and gained recognition in the entire greater Los Angeles area, in California and other states. For 20 years, the festival has been a unique way to present and introduce a rich multicultural heritage of so many different ethnicities and share the same language, but have very different cultural backgrounds, all under the West Hollywood umbrella, to non-Russian speaking communities through the large scale of events that included classical and pop concerts, children's performances, movie screenings, art exhibits, business and food fair competitions throughout the entire month of May. If this budget will be cut, we will not be able to produce and promote an event of that quality. In fact, I would recommend instead to discontinue the event, since the festival became so popular and large that we cannot go back to 15, 20 years in time and offer a much smaller event just to mark the checkbox on the city's calendar. This will be basically for the community and the participants and organizers, it will be just discouraging. Well, in addition, recommendation of removal of the only Jewish event in West Hollywood, Yom HaShoah, which is the Holocaust Remembrance Day, with the budget only of $3,200, the city commemorated the date of this date for decades. Now we're saying no more. We have a large Jewish population in West Hollywood, and there are Holocaust survivors who live in the city. In the prior item, you were considering multi-million-dollar budget for the Pride celebration. And you also increased in this proposal the Halloween budget to $1.7 million, while proposing $36,000 cut for the Russian festival, which is the 50% of the entire budget of this event, and removing the Holocaust Remembrance Day with a $3,200 budget only. This is hard to understand and it's unfair. Thank you. Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, and Happy New Year. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor, that's the only individual that I have signed up to speak for this item.
Thank you. I'll start the Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to address some of the comments. Actually, the recommendation that we made is that we not have Halloween next year. We did not approve a budget for Halloween in this budget. So I just want to clarify that. Yom HaShoah is absolutely an important event, and it wasn't that we're cutting it. We suggested that we reach out to community partners such as Congregation Kol Ami, and we were told that there's other events in the area that are also celebrating this very important event. It wasn't that we're just cutting it off. It was that we reach out, and it's in the staff report, to really partner with other organizations that are having this event and see where we can work with them. So just to address those, and again, we really looked at this whole budget holistically. No other advisory board has this kind of budget. Even the One City, One Pride didn't really, I mean, aside from the arts grants, the budget is $26,000 for the next year. We didn't make it higher. And even today, the subcommittee had recommended 2.5 million, and we just cut it down because we're looking to be fiscally responsible and create fairness. We even cut some, we'll reshape the women's events as well. So it's always difficult to have these discussions, but we were given the responsibility to really look at where we can be fiscally responsible. And we knew that there wasn't going to be, people weren't going to be happy, obviously, but the recommendations, I just want to address that the recommendations are to create more fairness, to relieve some of the other ones, some of the other recommendations that we made was to relieve some time from staff too. And I'm going to let Councilmember Erickson also, if you want to make any comments that I'm missing.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure. So I did events in the city. I've seen this chart way too many times. I believe Mayor Meister brought it forward when she looked at making sure we had price per head for a lot of our events. So I know that she's begun this conversation before as well. When you look at the price per head for a $72,000 online festival, it's quite a large number. That doesn't mean the festival is not important though, but how could we better utilize partners and other people to do those events? When you think about the Women's Leadership Conference, just for example, the Russian leadership event was 3 times the amount of what we spent on that event. And that was a weekend-long series of programming done for $25,000 in good budget years, right? But holistically, what we were trying to do here, and maybe if staff could provide an understanding of remove from list, that would be more accurate than how we are portraying it, because I know that they said it to us in our meetings. That would be helpful, because we obviously don't want the community to say remove from list means that this isn't a priority. It's how can we make sure that we're utilizing our nonprofit providers as well as our organizations that have always been involved, that have done events like Yamashoa or other things in the past, and utilize their resources for providing the city what the city would help facilitate as well, holistically in terms of this budget. And I won't repeat myself, and that's it. And sorry.
Councilmember Horvath and Councilmember D'Amico.
It's still, I think, an explanation to answer the question that was asked about what it means to be removed from list. I'm just not clear from the attachment A that we have what still exists, what is being removed just from this list but still exists, what is being, and what, I mean, it's just not clear to me. And I think that's it's clearly created some confusion for the public as well. If we're saying we're still going to have a Yom HaShoah event, this list seems to suggest that we don't. So I guess if I could have a little understanding of what was the goal of this exercise, and then was there like a dollar number you were trying to get to in terms of events, or was it just kind of trying to figure out what could stay, what could go, and then, you know, what actually is on this list? How do I interpret it? That would be helpful.
So I will try to answer some of that at least. So things that were removed from the list were things where the city basically co-sponsored events like the marathon, Elton John. There were things like those on the list that were part of work plans, but weren't really budget items because those events were paid for by the event producers. Other things that were removed from the list were things that were part of work programs, like the regular work programs of some of the departments and divisions, and weren't truly an event. And so some of those were removed from the list. So I think in the case of Yamashoa, that one was removed. That one was a removal of the budget, because as part of the discussions, we discussed that there are other events happening in and around the city. And as part of the work program, the divisions could help to get people to those other events, as opposed to having this event. So that one is truly a cut as far as the city event, the 3,200, but staff would continue to work to get residents or people interested to other events. If any of the other ones jump out, and many of the things like the Memorial Day display, again, that's not something that we felt was an actual event. So we removed it from the list, but we would still have it. That would still be part of staff's work program. So the things that are budgeted are in the column that's titled Proposed Budget for Fiscal Year 2023. Those are things that are budgeted, and the net cuts or increases in some cases are in that net impact line. As the Mayor Pro Tem mentioned, this does not include a budget for neither Halloween nor Pride, which are our two biggest events. Based on the previous discussion, there would need to be something budgeted for Pride next year, and we can decide that either during the next Pride discussion or when we have the budget discussion, but it sounds like we're going to have a Pride, so at some point we should budget for that. But the subcommittee is recommending not having Halloween for next year, so that's 1.8 million that's taken off, plus whatever 1 million, 2 million, whatever we decide for Pride. So what's left is about $456,000 of events. A lot of them were really small events, and so it was hard to make a large impact by reducing many of these events. So the net impact ended up being a reduction of the $35,400, bringing the total down to about $421,000. in total for the events.
Councilmember D'Amico.
Thank you, Mayor. I have two quick questions. So I guess maybe, well, one is a recommendation. Maybe perhaps, David, all of the dollars that are associated with commissions and boards, I think it's worth understanding, having a list of each of those boards and how much we spend on what those boards do, and just give us a sense of what's happening there. And obviously that's not happening this evening, but I think that's something over time maybe this council might be interested in knowing. I think you've explained what's happening, right? So like, this is a snapshot in time. Some things are falling off the list. We hope that nonprofit organizations, we can work with them and drive people to their events, as opposed to, for example, this year's World AIDS Day, right? There were 5 or 6 events, and then there was the city's event. And so that's an example to me that's fresh in my mind of like trying to figure out where I want it to be, how to prioritize my time. And so though I'm happy with how it all worked out, it does make sense to me that that's a strategy worth pursuing, that if organizations in our community are doing events, that pushing, getting our community to go to those nonprofits, that's like a win-win for everyone. I guess the other question I have, because there is one event on this table 1 list that I am sort of not yet ready to say, I think we're not ready to cut that, because I don't want this to turn into, the dam will open and then it'll be a free for all and then everything will be back on the list and then we'll be done. But I just want to say that, like, I have the sense that some of these things are going to come back in staff reports. And I wonder if that's also the intention of, this body to say, okay, if you really want to put this back on the list, then it has to come back for a separate vote and a consideration. And if there's a budget involved, then there needs to be a budget. And this is the last thing I'll say, and you all are so patient without my rambling, but there used to be like a city sponsored, but no cost, city sponsored at a city venue, but no additional cost, and then city sponsored at a city venue with a dollar amount. And I also sort of see that that's kind of gone away as well, that kind of designation. So those are my questions, and maybe you all talked that through. I'm guessing you probably did.
Thank you, Councilmember D'Amico. Did you want to answer a question, Councilmember Erickson?
Yeah, I'm happy to answer your questions. Although I'm wondering what event on the table now you're pointing at, so let me know. Yes, I think that holistically, when we look at how we co-sponsor events, we would love to see some of those come back for us to have that conversation, to be like, is this something we want to spend staff time on when we need them to be doing X, or is this what really is worth X dollar amount? And having that conversation for so long. And I know this personally because I used to do it. I planned my life around all these events, right? When I worked at City Hall. But in reality, what was the public getting? What were we doing as a city? How did it fit into our growing mission statement? And all those things were things that we were like, I think this should come back. As we've seen with some of these events, events that have stayed stable with the dollar amounts, but have only grown in popularity. One City, One Pride is something we mentioned quite often, actually, during these meetings. Actually, I think could use more money, right? Personally, I'm sure our art staff is very happy by that amount. David, maybe not so much, but because we're talking about budget cuts, in whatever that is. But then looking at what other events are being spent on and how they're being looking, that's a long way of saying the same thing twice, but yes. And then I think that answered your question, but if I forgot the other part, I apologize. Okay.
I have a question on the Russian Cultural Festival. When you talked about the number attendees, I think you were talking about the online event, not the in-person event. So I just wonder what the difference was, because I think the $72,000 for the in-person event is very different than having an online event where you're going to have maybe, 50 people show up. But whereas we all know that the Russian Cultural Festival actually had a very large crowd and was an important cultural event, not only for our Russian-speaking community, but really for all of us. So I'm just curious, when you talked about the number of attendees, were you talking about this past year when it was online, or were you talking about in the past when it has been in person?
So to clarify also on our consent calendar, we passed the Russian festival at the same budgeted amount for this next year. This is looking at a future year, right, David? Whatever fiscal year that is.
Yes,
So
correct.
to all the public, the Russian festival will still be as grand as they have done in the past, with that full dollar amount, and then looking holistically forward. So, what we were able to capture in terms of online, is hard. I mean, the event had a website up that then captured people going to the website, but what were their engagement levels? It was hard to essentially figure out what, if at all, right? But then we have our in-person events, which we see are popular. Kids, families, everyone coming in and out and seeing that. But for 200 to 300 or 400 people, is the $72,000 price tag that right amount? And I think what we looked at is, for a 1 day or month-long event, if you sparse that down between 30 days, right, it's much lower, right, when it comes down to it. I've attended all those events. We've all attended all those events. We know it's important. But ultimately, how do we create equity across month-long events is something we were also holistically looking at. Because while the Russian Cultural Festival is important for our community, so is the arts cultural events that we have. So is what our LGAB would look at. And thank you, Councilmember D'Amico. I think that's a great suggestion, looking at what our advisory boards really are spending in those terms. I think that's a great idea to come back. But ultimately, in terms of price per attendee, if you actually break it down and look at what I think is there, $72,000 is a lot of money. But, I think what we're trying to do is look at how do we have the same event in the same way, but utilize those funds more efficiently. If all of our other events, if One City, One Pride can put on One City, One Pride for $26,000, the Russian Cultural Festival for $36,000 can still do the same thing for $10,000 more in a year and a half, when they'll have to start planning it.
So I just want to say that I actually did ask David, and Andy did this for me this afternoon, to give us by board or commission, like where something would fall, so that we do have the answers to your question, I think, Councilmember D'Amico, as far as by board or commission, where the purview is, what those amounts would be. I don't know, Andy, if you could share your screen with that. But then in the meantime, while she's doing that, when we talk about equity, I mean, we're looking at the Rainbow Key Awards is $4,800. Public safety is $4,000, but you want to reduce it to $3,000. The Green Awards are only $2,000, and you want to revisit that. And then you have the Women's Leadership Awards, which were hard to break down, but we sort of came to about $5,000 on that. So I'm wondering if we can have a discussion about having the same budget for those awards, whatever awards they are, whatever budget you want to give it, but let's give everybody the same budget. Regarding Yom HaShoah, I think seriously, with what Councilmember Horvath brought up today, with all the anti-Semitism going on in the world, do you really want to, have to basically cancel out the amount of, even if you lowered the amount and said, let's co-sponsor and work with someone on it, but to just say, let's, zero out this event. I'm sure Councilmember Horvath could tell you the famous quote, "Don't tell me where your priorities are, show me where you spend your money, and I'll tell you where they are." So I have concerns about lowering that to zero with all the anti-Semitism going on in the world. maybe we can change the event to be more educational and bring in more young people so that there's more learning to be had from it. But I don't think that is something that should be zeroed out. Regarding the mayoral reorganization, last year when I was installed, we spent basically $0 in 2021. So we can reduce that amount to say $5,000. Harvey Milk Day, the Dear Harvey reading, the original budget was $5,000 and it was a great event. Maybe we reduce that budget to $5,000 to where it was a few years before. The Victory in Europe Day March, maybe we reduce that budget because maybe we don't need to have a march because of the public safety costs involved. Maybe that's something that we just have at the park and reduce the budget there. And then I know that you had the Pride events also, but I think we've discussed that and we don't have to go over that one again. So those are my initial thoughts. Councilmember Horvath.
Yes, I did want to make comments after I asked my question earlier. I agree with what you said about Yom HaShoah and its significance for the community. In my experience, there are community events that the city can partner with, but they don't serve the same population. There is a core population, especially of Russian-speaking immigrants who would like to participate in a commemoration in Plummer Park, and that addresses the Bobby Yar monument statue and all of that. So I think if we just want to have sort of that kind of programming and reduce the budget so we can still accommodate what happens in West Hollywood, and then and then we also intentionally reach out with community partners. So it's not like, oh, if they come to us, but we actively reach out and cooperate. I know there's like the Holocaust Museum at Pan Pacific Park does a very large event every year. Maybe that's open regionally. We could partner with them, for example. I understand the intention here. I just want to make sure that we're being clear in how we commemorate that occasion, because I think it's very important to the community, especially right now. And so I think your points are well taken. We just had a very lengthy, elaborate discussion about how we celebrate LGBTQ culture in our community. And we assigned a price tag to it that is nowhere near the price tag that is indicated for any other cultural events. And so I agree that a budget for a virtual event can be reduced because you're not paying for physical production or setting up food booths or things like that. I do think still including a substantial budget for virtual programming makes sense, especially when it is a significant event for Russian-speaking communities and culture, not just in our community, but for the region, in the same way that LGBT Pride is intended to be for the region. I'm not saying that it also gets $1 million, but I do think that, when we're looking at 96,000 versus 30,000, understanding what that cost is going to, I think is a reasonable question to ask. And if that was the intention of the subcommittee, that makes sense to me. But I think we ultimately want to make sure that we're still affording the opportunity for cultural celebration and being mindful of what equity looks like across the board. Thank you for clarifying Halloween and some of the other events that are already in the city's work program that were indicated as removed from list. And I agree with what Councilmember D'Amico said, that some of these, if the idea is that we would like to bring these back to reevaluate whether they should be placed back into in as a budgeted item, that makes sense. There are seemingly, for example, multiple pet and dog events in the city. And so thinking about that as a group, I think also makes sense. But I appreciate this is no easy task for the subcommittee to take on. And so now that I understand a little bit better how to, and we've communicated what was intended by this chart, I have a better understanding of what was intended here and how we got here. I just think that maybe increasing, having a better understanding of what's going to happen with the Russian festival in a virtual space, and if they need the budget to do that, I'm supportive of that still, and the direction on the Yom HaShoah event, please. Thanks.
Yeah, and I just want to make sure that we're all on the same, we're talking about the same thing, that it's the Russian Cultural Festival. Are we talking about an in-person festival, or are we talking about an online? It's totally.
Yeah. So for all of these events, I think, let me start with, in most cases, many of these events, the cost did not get reduced because they were online. We still had to hire producers or editors or something. So in most cases, we did not see a reduction in costs for the virtual events versus in-person events. But I think the task of the subcommittee was to look at the cost of these events in the future, regardless of whether it's virtual or in person. So this was really looking at the ongoing budget for all of these events. So we're not looking at numbers for virtual events, and we're not looking at numbers for this year. These are all for future budgets.
Okay, and Andy, can you go ahead and share your screen?
Yeah, sure. I just, as a couple of caveats, this is from FY22. So this is what was, this doesn't include the recommended changes from the subcommittee. Can you see the Excel document?
It's very small.
Okay.
Like very thick reading glasses.
Mm-hmm. Is that a little better? This section is specifically what you are looking for.
And these, I would just add that these are events that may be related to an advisory board. These are all events that council approved at some point. So advisory boards don't approve or create their own events. We've just listed them based on things that may be related to an advisory board. So I just want to add that. I don't want to give the impression of to anyone, including the advisory board and commissioners, that they get a budget to choose what events they want to do that with. All of these events have been approved by the city council at some point.
And the other thing I just want to clarify really quick in response to Councilmember D'Amico's question and some other conversation, some of those events that have been removed from the list, that co-sponsored events like Pazapalooza, the Capital Drugs Health Fair, those kinds of things, I think the intention is that those events probably will happen. And they do get approved every year through a staff report that comes to council. And if those organizations want to do them in the future, then they'll be approved in the future like they have been every year. We took them off the list because they're not city events that would happen unless the outside organization wants to initiate them. So that was really why we removed them from the list at this time. But of course, if they want to come forward and bring that event, then that's your prerogative to approve that.
Andy, can you scroll so we can see what's below Russian Advisory Board, please? Thank you.
Councilmember Erickson.
Thanks. And I know that this is a really, you did this today, but when we think about intersectionality, and especially with how this, just because one board, in quote, owns this event, it doesn't mean that that person for the Russian Advisory Board isn't a woman, isn't LGBT, all of those things. So those dollar amounts are interspread, right? And I forgot what I was going to say about something else that you said, Mayor. I can't remember now. but I think when we look at this holistically, it is important to remember that what was you said, show me your priorities and you show me your budget, right? Well, for a long time, the city has prioritized many things, but if we look at a recent community study, you know, our Latinx population is the same, if not bigger, than our Russian population, but yet we spend little to no money. Not saying that all these other programs don't apply in some way, but we have to look at that in that conversation as well. When we look at other aspects of that, I think that that's also something that we were holistically trying to think about as well. You know, and when we look at women's events, I would argue we don't spend enough on women, but you know, and I think all of us would agree we want to do more, or public safety. But oh, now remember what I was going to say. We did broach this topic, but I think it is a council conversation about awards, right? Every board has an award ceremony. Everyone is great. We love everyone that we honor, but I think as we saw with the Public Facilities Commission, you know, and the struggle that they had to get nominations, or to other things that we saw and how much staff time and money is spent to it, it might be worth us having a holistic conversation on awards in general. I think you mentioned the Women in Leadership Awards, but that is a critical event that we've always partnered with our chamber on, and what that means to promote that. So, you know, I think that that's where, you know, we it's been going on for quite some time, but maybe that's a future conversation along those ends, because do we need an award ceremony for everything, or is it a recognition? Like I think you've mentioned during their events when we bring proclamations or some other type of way, maybe that is something we could have for the future, because that would also then take away some dollars in some ways in these events, but I think maybe create more equity in a holistic conversation.
Yeah, and look, the whole point of this conversation was to say, look back, do we want to still have this event or that event? And this is the start of that conversation. I think more so than budget, the idea was that, council members are going to want to bring forward new events. And so, we want to make sure that the events that we do keep are ones that we want to keep and that the community wants. So I think it's a good beginning of a conversation. Let's put it that way. Any other comments at this time?
Gonna make a motion and move the item.
Well, I still have.
With your caveats of Yam HaShoah. Oh, I'm sorry, your thing just clicked in as you were talking.
Yeah, Yam HaShoah, and I would like to, look at the Russian Cultural Festival, look at past amounts that we've spent and how many attendees. Maybe it's not a month-long event, maybe it's a 2-day event, but I think that, as Councilmember Horvath said, you can't put pride, say, under LGAB, right? This is a cultural event that's bigger than the advisory board that's has its some purview over it, but that really is an event that if you cut it, it probably wouldn't happen. So I think I would like to look into that one a little further as well.
Lucky enough, it's happening next year at the fully budgeted amount. And this is a year-long conversation. So that opportunity is available.
That's great. And as long as we keep the conversation open, let's bring back an item at some point about award ceremonies and how we want to handle those in the future. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I just want to, again, I'm perfectly fine with Yam HaShoah. I will say that I still want us to partner with other, as Councilmember Horvath, I think that was really the intent of us, where our intention was that there's other events happening close, so why not, really go out and partner with them. It was never, let them come to us, because that wouldn't happen. So I agree with Councilmember Horvath in that sense. And we can continue to have the conversation about the Russian Cultural Festival. I do, looking at the list that you put together, Mayor, the Russian Advisory Board still had 96,000 compared to all the other boards and their events. A award ceremony, yes, let's talk about the award ceremonies. I think that'll be good for us to have this holistic discussion for sure. And perhaps the month-long event for the Russian Cultural Festival becomes a shorter event. Maybe it becomes a week, and still draws crowds. Another thing that I want to mention that Councilmember Erickson and I discussed was we're in post-COVID times now. And one of the things we were discussing is really doing away as much as possible with food at events. And I say this with much sadness because I am a foodie. I love food. I love the food that I've always eaten at our events. However, that is a significant cost. And so perhaps giving some, there's a year left until the next year that the Russian Advisory Board, and we can make this decision later, but really having them look at what of the events that happen can be online that would save costs that don't need to be in person. What, as maybe foods aren't going to be a thing. We don't know with this pandemic anymore. And looking at where they can really look at saving some costs to make this happen. Now, whether it's 36,000, maybe it comes back at 40,000, 50, but to honestly come and show up and say, if you cut our budget, we're not going to do it. Come on. If you really want to make this happen and create an event for the community, then create an event for the community. We slashed Jeff Consoletti's budget in a city that is 40%, still 45% LGBTQ residents. That draws hundreds of thousands of people. And he didn't say, well, I'm going to walk away. He said, I'm going to make it happen. So I would encourage the event producers for the Russian Cultural Festival to really look at where they can be creative. Also, I want to thank you, Councilmember Erickson, for really looking at 10% of our residents are Latinx. The majority of the population of all of Los Angeles is Latinx. And we have never had really a multicultural advisory board that would be inclusive. The Social Justice Task Force is really the only thing we've ever had that brings different BIPOC people together. So things are changing. You assign two new council members to discuss what our vision was and how we see the future of West Hollywood. It still includes the Russian community, of course. And of course we recognize the anti-Semitism, and it was never ever an intention to deprioritize our Jewish community. More so, how can we partner in a different way to drive our community close to home to something that would work differently and innovatively. So
if I can just a quick response, I think that all of the boards and staff should look at the events and see what events can be online, what events would make sense to be online versus in person. For example, the symposium that we did on the trees, it was actually much better to have it online because we were able to get speakers from all over, and we didn't have to worry about them not being available to join our event in person. So I think that would be something that I would say everyone, all the departments should be doing, and all of the advisory boards. Councilmember Horvath.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I don't think anyone thought that this subcommittee was trying to slight any particular demographic group. I think it sounds like you were charged with trying to make sure that the dollars that we're spending on events are spent efficiently. And so I think that's what I'm taking away from this exercise. What I think we want to make sure is when we're looking at what events we're investing in, that they reflect the priorities of the community. And I think that's what the conversation is about. And important. I also think that while I appreciate that it was done today, I don't think that the numbers accurately reflect how we spend city dollars on events per demographic group. As the mayor said, Pride is not included in this budget anywhere, and it's not run by the LGAB, but or the TAB or any other group, but it is intended as a community event. And there are benefits that it brings to the city beyond, which is why the city continues to invest in it. Perhaps if we had done the same with a Russian cultural festival, the same could have been said for a Russian speaking community in West Hollywood. We don't know. We are where we are, and we don't need to have rhetorical exercises. What we need to do is make sure that we're exercising equity and investing in the events that we think are important to culture. So going back to trying to move the conversation along, I'm happy to move these recommendations with the additional direction on protecting, continuing to have some budget for the Yom HaShoah component that happens at Plummer Park. Yes, partnering with community groups as well as the subcommittee intended in their recommendation. And also having a budget for the Russian Cultural Festival that is virtual, and a budget for an in-person event. So that way we have an understanding of what is involved in each. And I'm happy to make that motion, second that motion, if that helps to move a conversation along. Thanks.
Councilmember D'Amico.
I just wanted to take a moment and thank John and Seppi for doing the undoable. Some of these legacy events, are probably older than maybe John and Seppi. They were invented with the city in some way, and others have come along in the last couple of years or half a decade or whatever. And I applaud your thinking, sort of, critically, a little institutional critique of our decision making, and I would encourage members of the community to, think positively, be interested in working with us, letting us know your concerns. The city is not going anywhere. You have months to years before, major things will change. But I do really want to applaud you. It is definitely worth taking this look. And, when we've tried this in the past, it's been very complicated. The book fair, which meandered around West Hollywood Park for years until it finally crashed into itself and died. That was a perfectly wonderful thing a couple of times, and then for 4 or 5 years it just wasn't. And so I think this is a really smart thing that you've done, and I just really want to thank you. And all the things that have been said, I absolutely support, and I have full confidence that should somebody have some idea about something that needs to happen in our community, whoever they are, whatever group they represent, I know they'll get a fair hearing, and my guess is you'll get an event off the ground sponsored by us. So thank you, John and Seppi, and I will second that motion that Lindsay made.
Andy, you had your hand up before. Was there anything else you wanted to add?
So I had some historical budgets for the Russian Cultural Festival if you wanted that information now, but I don't have the attendance information. But I did look, and in 2017, the budget was $50,000. And then the next year it was increased to $90,000 in 2018. And then in recent years, because of COVID, it's been reduced down to $72,000. So I was just going to add that for some historical context.
Okay, thank you, Andy. We'll get the attendance for the next meeting. Okay, can we get a roll call?
Thank you. So I just wanted to clarify, Councilmember Erickson had made a motion, but there wasn't a second. So we're going with Councilmember Horvath's motion and Councilmember D'Amico's second. Perfect. Thank you. Councilmember D'Amico,
Yes.
Councilmember Erickson,
Yes.
Councilmember Horvath,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Shine,
Yes.
Mayor Meister.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Okay, thank you very much, everyone. And now we are moving to, let's see, 5A and B and C are all on consent. So we have 5D, holiday safety ambassadors and entertainment policing staffing. That was my item. Let me just pull it up. Okay. I know that Councilmember Horvath did express support for the first two recommendations regarding the security ambassadors. And I asked that we leave it on new business so that we could discuss the entertainment policing team. What I will say is the reason the entertainment policing team was less than usual was because during COVID, many of our businesses were closed, were shut down. And so those positions were cut, not so much for budget reasons, but for because of COVID, and and it wasn't necessary to have them. Because of the way that things are happening now with our business community being nervous about the smash and grabs and everything else that's going on in the region. And with the holidays, and although we would not be able to get this team up and running most likely by the holidays, but there is a feeling of that something is missing. And so that is why I brought forward this item and wanted to have this discussion. I believe that unless you have questions, we have some public commenters, if that's okay.
I'm fine with going to public comment first. I'll lower my hand.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Our first speaker for this item is Bill Karpiak. Bill, if you would like to turn your camera on or press *6 to unmute yourself, you will have 2 minutes to provide comment.
Good evening, Mayor Meister, Mayor Pro Tem Shine, and City Council members. I'd like to thank, well, first of all, Bill Karpiak, resident West Hollywood, General Manager, Ramada Plaza Hotel. I would like to thank Mayor Meister for putting this initiative forward. Absolutely, in light of the grab and go situation, people are very concerned about safety during the holiday season. Also, with the growth in crime around Santa Monica Boulevard, the addition of this security measure or additional layer of security, I think, is a very wise move for certainly the businesses, their employees, our visitors, and certainly also for our residents. I would also like to say that I'd like to see that also kiosk situation. I know this isn't part of the bill, but you know, as we've added down at the Gateway, and I think at Plummet Park now, I've always been a proponent of having these ambassadors, and always thought one down at Robertson, Santa Monica, and certainly in our area down by Ramada Plaza, with its density of businesses close to residential, and with the amount of volume of people coming to the area. Safety and security is always the number one issue, certainly from city government operations standpoint of the highest priority, but also from our hospitality side, our international visitors place such a high priority on it. With things just now opening up, and that they represent 50% of the revenue for the hospitality industry, and the safety and security of the city just cannot be undervalued or overlooked. Again, thank you for the initiative. I support it all, and you know, I hope we can. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bill. Our next speaker is Genevieve Morrill. Genevieve, if you would like to turn on your camera or simply provide audio comment, you may go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Genevieve Morrill, President and CEO for the West Hollywood Chamber of Commerce. The business community is extremely supportive of this item, and we thank you for your leadership in this. The businesses at weekly and bi-monthly meetings meet with public safety, as well as the director, Kristen Cook, Lieutenant Mulder, and his team, and we make proactive strides to work collaboratively on public safety challenges, from awareness and adding additional security cameras, guards, to sharing camera footage. But it's not enough. Pandemic situations have created the perfect storm for crime, the increase in unhoused population, backups at the ports, limited criminal accountability because of recent legislation, as well as high level of poverty and mental illness has caused an uptick in criminal activity. We need boots on the ground. We need to help avoid the crimes by having a police presence. Block by block ambassadors and sheriffs create a sense of safety. COVID has taken a huge toll on the community. Residents, businesses, and visitors are experiencing a different environment in West Hollywood. They no longer feel safe. And as such, we need to adjust to what is required to generate a sense of security. We need our entertainment, policing team, sergeant, and deputy reinstated. They've had a positive impact in the past, and their absence has been profoundly felt by the nightlife, businesses, and their patrons. As stewards of the city, we hope you support this program. Thank you.
Thank you, Genevieve. Our next speaker is Robert Oliver.
Good evening. Hello again. My name is Robert Oliver, and I'm still speaking as a resident. But as I mentioned before, I also serve on the West Hollywood Public Safety Commission. I'd like to point out that our city's commission has been having a robust discussion around reimagining public safety. And I think that this item should be considered through that lens. Everybody has the right to be safe and to feel safe in this city. And I think we really need to be looking at public safety holistically. We should be looking for solutions that keep people safe in homes and off the streets, and use our public safety tax dollars wisely. And to that point, I understand that the city is still waiting for a detailed accounting of how our current sheriff's budget is being allocated. In terms of sheriff resources, I would like to see a shift back to community policing, including foot patrols, bike patrols, that have the potential to create positive and proactive interactions with people, as well as other alternatives to policing. And ultimately, I think we should be looking for bigger picture solutions, like building affordable housing, creating well-paying jobs, and in addition to that, providing mental health and addiction resources. On that note, I would also like to applaud the council for approving the study on guaranteed income in the city, as well as moving forward with the Home Key program. I'm looking forward to the discussion on the item. So thank you, and happy and safe holidays to everybody.
Thank you, Robert. Our final speaker on this item is Jordan David. Jordan, if you would like, you may press *6 to unmute yourself or turn on your camera, and you will have 2 minutes.
Hi, it's Jordan David, calling from occupied Tongva land. I'm a voter in West Hollywood elections. First of all, the whole premise of this item makes no sense. Not only is this antithetical to public safety, but the pandemic is not going anywhere until we have global vaccine equity. As long as patents are in place, variants will continue to develop in the global south and make their way back here. It's not time to budget like it's not happening. Regarding the claims about crime, national crime statistics from the FBI show shoplifting decreased steadily every year from 2015 to 2020, which is the most recent data available. Even the staff report uses language like high profile robbery and, quote, what appears to be an increase in violent crime. I thought Lauren handled data for a living, so you should know that it's not a sound method to only draw from anecdotal evidence and sensationalized stories. But all of this misses the point. Even if there were a rise in crime, police are not equipped to address that and in fact only make things worse. This is supported with mountains of hard data and centuries of personal stories. I can't believe I have to say this again, but police were not designed for public safety. Violent crime is systemic and mostly a result of manufactured poverty. This can only be addressed by funding solutions to root problems, to put it simply, housing and services. Please vote this down. Thank you.
Is that it, Melissa?
Thank you, Jordan. Yes, that was our final speaker, Mayor.
Okay, before everyone speaks, I just want to also add that both the captain and our business community have asked to reinstate the entertainment policing team. And frankly, I believe in setting up people to succeed, not to fail. And that's my goal here. Councilmember Erickson and then Councilmember D'Amico.
Oops, sorry, I have a couple of questions, both for public safety staff and then for you, Mayor, if you wouldn't mind. Great. I'll do yours first because I see you're here. Do you support the LAUSD audit that we're trying to get of the Sheriff's Department?
Do I support it? I think that if we want accountability, then yeah, absolutely. But
so
till we get these were two people who were on our staff and were only taken away because of COVID, not because of an auditing issue or a budgeting issue.
Great. Love that you support that. Thank you for clarifying that. I guess then my question as a follow-up, if we do support it and we still don't know where our dollars are being spent for taxpayers, how do you reckon giving the Sheriff's Department, which refuses to comply with the Inspector General, $600,000 extra dollars, which we don't know where will it be going, or if they're being accounted for appropriately?
Well, I think that you brought up the auditing issue having to do with a very specific instance. Am I right?
We don't know where any of those dollars are going. They won't let us look at their books at all. And the sheriff told us to take a long walk off a short cliff, essentially. So I don't know if giving them $600,000 extra dollars is going to say, you know what, like now we actually know where our money's going. I guess that's my question. I
guess my thought is that our captain of our West Hollywood station and our staff seem to really care about our community and seem to really work with our city to do the right thing. And I understand the issues with the sheriff. I think we all have some issues with the sheriff, but I don't think that we should be taking that out on our residents, our community, our business community, or our local sheriff station.
Thanks. I have a question for Kristen. You're on my screen. You're on my world of Zoom squares. Thank you. How many deputies do we currently have on the streets right now in West Hollywood? It's the famous question we ask every meeting. Roughly. I know it varies.
So the city pays for about 60, and we have just under 100 sworn that serve the city. So it includes some positions that we are not directly billed for. It includes detectives and that type of thing. So it's different days have different numbers of deputies. We're obviously a little more full weekend evenings, that type of thing. So it varies from day to day.
And Bill, Captain Ramirez, Captain Ramirez and Lieutenant Mulder have come here before, and they've said that they go through our businesses. They check with them at night. They're in our entertainment districts. They're doing operations to make sure that people are safe, that the public is safe, right? I was at those meetings, right, Kristen? They said that they're working with our businesses in that route.
Yes, that's correct. In particular, the entertainment policing team deputies and the community impact team deputies work very closely with our businesses.
Great. So they are doing this work already.
Yes.
Thank you. Those are all the questions I have right now, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Erickson. Councilmember D'Amico.
So I have a question about items 3 and 4. Are those, is that a $900,000 request for two, number 4 says authorize $300,000 for costs associated with reinstatement of 2 entertainment policing team positions for January through June. And then the one above it for twice as much says reinstate the entertainment policing team sergeant and deputy that were reduced. So that would be two for a year and 2 for 6 months. So that's 4.
No, it's number 3 is basically telling you what the annual cost is, but for this year's budget, which is 6 months left, that's number 4.
So this is just asking for $300,000 for
Correct.
6 months for those 2 positions.
Correct.
And I actually, the question that Councilmember Erickson asked about the audit, I mean, I think actually you and I sponsored an item to audit the Sheriff's Department. And then I think Lindsay, the mayor and I offered and then I think Lindsay did an item to, I mean, I think we've all sponsored an item to audit the Sheriff's Department. And that's good government, right? I mean, we audit ourselves, we have separate audits, et cetera. I guess the place where I am with this is that the macro view of what seems to be happening in the TMZ, the 3 mile zone or the 30 mile zone, as you might say, is that, Beverly Hills is, it's been plundered. It's been, there's anti-Semitic craziness going on there. There's all kinds of things going on in Beverly Hills. And on Melrose in Los Angeles, there's a similar set of crazy things going on. But in our city, there seems to only be an increase in fear. There hasn't actually been an increase in crime. And I know I speak to business owners and they point to endless amounts of things that are, seemingly worse, seemingly more terrifying, seemingly more, and similarly to our residents. So we have the lesson of perception is reality. That is what they are perceiving. For them, it is their reality. In endless conversations with our sheriff's captain and our sheriff's department and following our public safety data, the subtle uptick in criminal behavior within the confines of the city in any other period of time would have gone mostly unnoticed. It's much less than it was in 2019, but it is something that is on everyone's mind. And I understand the complexity of rewarding, which is one way of saying what we're doing, the Sheriff's Department with additional funds to provide additional policing. Another way is to really sort of have our public safety department once again communicate carefully with our Sheriff's Department about what these dollars are supposed to be doing and how these dollars can help our residents and our businesses begin to believe the data, which says that, yes, in Beverly Hills, it's a little crazy. And on Melrose, there's some crazy things happening. And, you can turn on the 4 o'clock news, you can switch over from us in 11 minutes and be terrified and not sleep tonight, by watching the CBS local news. But I want to go back to sort of like my experience of talking to small business owners who every single day open their doors that open to whomever happens to walk through them. And they have some fear right now. It's probably compounded by COVID. It's compounded by all of those things. So I'm very much on the side of understanding where these dollars are going. But I think in the short term, we have to carefully address what our business community and our residential community is saying to us that, you know, like Lindsay took a moment to sort of amplify, and so did John. You know, somebody called the police, somebody else heard it on the radio and put something on side door or next door or back door, or whatever it's called. And then suddenly we had a home invasion robbery in West Hollywood that caused, you know, emails flying everywhere. And we need armed guards, and I'm not going to be safe, and I can't have kids here, and I have to move out of town, and the whole world is collapsing, right? That's not what happened. There was a landlord who had a dispute with the tenant. But I just want to say that I can't not support this, because there's so much fear in our community that we, in my mind, we need to support this in order to begin the process of causing a calming of the waters in West Hollywood. As much as I don't want to do this is the last thing I want to be spending our money on, but it's also the first thing that we are committed, that I am as a council member, is public safety. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you so much. Well, first I want to say that I'm also committed to public safety as well. And I'm committed to listening to all of our residents when it comes to public safety. And I'm committed to what works and putting our money behind what works, and rather than putting it behind what isn't working. And unfortunately for me, our relationship with the LASD, who we contract with, is not working. It's not working for our residents. As communicated to me by many residents, as communicated to us by the survey that came out saying a 16% less favorable view. Dispatch is a huge issue that I want, that I've talked to the captain about, and I want feedback from them when they fix it, because I've been told they're doing different trainings and they're going to work on it. That was 2 months ago now. And I want to see those results shift and see that it's working. Right now, it's not. And if dispatch isn't working, then that is where everything starts. And I know the Public Safety Commission has had long discussions about this issue as well. The audit, you really, really have to take that very seriously. It wasn't a one instance. It was a West Hollywood deputy who was a whistleblower, potentially hundreds of thousands, if not maybe millions of dollars of fraud committed against our city in our sheriff's department, not Alex Villanueva, not outside of the city, but in our city. Yes, Alex Villanueva is the one that's saying, no, we're not going to turn over the records. So we need to figure out maybe how we get to those records in our city and audit them. I'm committed to public safety, but I'm also sworn as a council member to be fiscally responsible with where we put our money. And I 1000% support the security ambassadors. I had an incident this weekend where I was sitting at a restaurant at the Gateway with my wife and one of my commissioners and a friend, and someone came up to us wanting to bother us and harass us, was saying horrible things to my wife, was saying the N-word. And a security ambassador who we allocated money towards putting patrols at the Gateway while the kiosk was across the street, 2 security ambassadors that we, together as a council, put money towards, were walking by and did an incredible job in a safe manner of helping that person move along and stop disrupting us. And it worked. So I support items 1 and 2, but as far as items 3 and 4, I want to go on. Just this last city council meeting, I requested a 3-month reporting back regarding what our sheriff's department, what Captain Ramirez is going to do differently in the training with regard to making sure deputies take police reports in this city. I need to see that. We have 60 deputies already in this city. Why? I just can't support putting money into a sergeant and a deputy where we have 60 deputies already. Why don't we ask for more patrols of our business district? Ask for them to get on bikes and ride around. Ask for more security ambassadors. And on top of that, the Public Safety Commission in their last meeting was having a lengthy discussion to talk about different service levels and come back, I believe, in their February or March meeting and make a recommendation to us that will hopefully be an attachment to our staff's recommendation that we all sat here in an entire meeting just a month, was it a month ago, and discussed all of these issues. So I can't support items 3 and 4. This is money going to our police department, our sheriffs, it's not just, I don't want to think, oh, they're perfect, because they're not. They need to do work to get better, and we need to figure out how they can have the 60 deputies really shift the way they conduct law enforcement in our city. Adding $600,000, 300,000, even if it's 300 now, 600,000 later, throwing money at it, the problem when that's not the solution, is not going to help. I'd rather that money go towards services, quite frankly. I would have I would have supported even a higher amount for block by block. So that's where I am.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? So why don't we divide?
I'm sorry, I have a comment.
Yes, Councilmember Erickson.
Thank you so much. I forgot, I couldn't get to the raise hand feature as quickly as the Mayor Pro Tem could. I'm trying to respect your raise hand edict. I think we all are. You know, you said a quote, "Don't tell me where your priorities are, show me where you spend your money and I'll tell you what they are." You know, I think this city invests very heavily in public safety and what we're looking at, but we're also holistically looking at having a larger conversation. Almost every meeting, you know, we have a conversation about reimagining public safety and reimagining police. I asked the questions about the audit because I can't give $300,000, $600,000 to a system where Kristen answered it that we already have deputies doing what you're proposing for them to do, ideally, because they're doing it. So how does adding 2 more cops on the street fix what they're already doing? I mean, we get reports all the time that they're communicating with our businesses, working with them. I'm more interested in utilizing the existing resources, the existing sheriffs, to do their work and to do their jobs efficiently and better, as we have all asked time and time again unanimously. So I think that's very important. I support the items 1 and 2 with the security ambassadors. You know, I myself have many issues. I called the sheriff's station and, well, they didn't come and it took them a long time to get to me, to say the least. So I see if we're having issues as council members, I know our residents are. I just don't know if a dollar amount like this brings it. But I also do hear what my colleague, Councilmember D'Amico, said, is that there is a big fear problem. People are afraid. I would encourage many people to uninstall the Citizen app, if I really was being very honest. I cannot tell you how horrific that app truly is. There was allegedly a person wielding a bat outside my apartment many months ago. I walked outside and it was a person walking with their golf clubs into their car. Things get exasperated. I also think the innate racism of that app is so prevalent that it terrifies people for a reason, but that's the point. But the main point is that people are scared. But what we do need to utilize is the existing dollars that we spend towards public safety, because it's the number one thing I talk about alongside homelessness and affordable housing, to be better utilized. And how do we do that? And I look forward to the robust report back from Captain Ramirez, and I believe he can help bring this forward, and I hope he does. So I'm along the same lines as Mayor Pro Tem with items 1 and 2. I do not support 3 and 4, but I would like to have a holistic conversation, and thinking about how that rhetoric toned down. And that's why I said what I said earlier with Kristen or whomever it was, is that, the game of telephone is getting exasperated when it comes to public safety to a point now where people are afraid to walk down their street. I live on the east side, a traditionally underserved, underutilized area where it's very dark, and many people on the east side feel like they don't have the same resources that people in Center City or even in the west side of West Hollywood have. I walk up and down my street at times, probably I shouldn't be out, but I'm getting coffee or something like that. But I've never felt unsafe in my neighborhood. But I'm also a white cisgendered man walking down my street. So it's a different experience for me than it is for anyone else. But I think that when we're also hearing from a lot of community members is they don't actually want more cops on the streets. I mean, we hear from residents that saying they don't want more cops. They want security ambassadors, unarmed patrols. We have a survey that shows that. So that's a long-winded way of saying I appreciate the intention of what the mayor was trying to do. I understand where people are coming from. I'm happy to gather a conversation with our businesses to best utilize the existing resources that are already out there, because that's what should be used with 60 deputies that we have. They should be out there doing it. I saw them walking around last week, Friday, or whenever. 2 weeks ago when I was having dinner on the boulevard on a Friday night, and they were checking in with every business. So I just don't know where this isn't happening. So that's my comments, and I want to thank my colleagues for the conversation.
Councilmember Horvath.
Thank you, Mayor. This city and this city council prioritize public safety. We speak about it regularly at our council meetings. We empower our Public Safety Commission to regularly have conversations. We invest and support neighborhood watch groups. We spent an entire council meeting focused on all kinds of approaches to specific public safety issues that have been raised and prioritized by the community to address the very concerns that Councilmember D'Amico has spoken to. And we will continue to address them because there continues to be a narrative that says that areas around us are unsafe and thus we must feel unsafe. And I will never discourage people from being vigilant about their surroundings and paying attention. We always tell people, if you see something, say something, and reach out to the folks who are entrusted to help keep us safe to report those incidents and those issues. However, we also have just tonight, one incident was raised. I wasn't even talking about that one earlier in this meeting. There was another I don't even want to call it a report, but a posting that there was a very military grade weapon in plain view outside of one of our most beloved entertainment establishments on Santa Monica Boulevard. And in meeting with the captain and lieutenant about that report, they were not able to substantiate that claim that came from an app. So there's a lot of misinformation and a lot of hearsay that is contributing to people's fear. And that fear is real, but it's based on misinformation. And so I'm just pleading that we continue to ask questions about the information that we're given, to not and to make sure that we're understanding where our information is coming from and how it contributes to the public discourse. I know this community values public safety because in speaking with our captain and lieutenant, they shared with me that that crime is down 20% in this city from 5 years ago. Not because of COVID, not because people aren't out as much, not any of those reasons, because they have been hard at work, being vigilant, listening to community members, paying attention to the trends, working collaboratively, interjurisdictionally with other areas, and understanding what's going on. And we handle these issues differently. Because of COVID, we asked every department in the city to make budget cuts and adhere to those budget cuts through this budget, which ends in June of 22. And my initial request at the beginning of the meeting was to honor the mayor's request in this item for the $2,000 that would employ additional security ambassadors through the holiday season, and to include her request to be considered with all of the other public safety requests that were discussed, and asked to be to come back with staff recommendations and an overall staff proposal with budget at the same time. I don't know why we wouldn't discuss this decision in the context of all of the other public safety resource decisions that we're making, and that we've asked, that we've tasked our staff with evaluating and coming back to us with a plan. So I'm still very comfortable with moving forward on that path. I don't think that we're taking one department out, that we should be asking several departments to adhere to budget cuts and other departments not to. I think that we have the sheriff's department has demonstrated their ability to address concerns in the community. And I'm glad to hear that there are people who have confidence in their work. I think there's also been demonstrated, communication from the community survey that there are other solutions people would like to see funded to address issues. And I would like to see those things have a chance to be considered as much as anything else. So I don't want to prioritize items 3 and 4 over other conversations that we're also having. Those should, in my opinion, be discussed all together and evaluated concurrently. And so that's what I would like to support tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Horvath. Again, I'll just say that at the public safety discussion that we had several meetings ago, both the captain and the business community asked to reinstate, well, at least the captain in talking to us asked to reinstate the entertainment policing team. And that request was also made by our business community as well as residents. So I understand that you don't want to, that some of my colleagues don't want to have this discussion right now, but I felt it was important to raise this issue now because of the way people are feeling, and they're not feeling safe, and the businesses are not feeling safe. So what I would like to do is propose that we vote on 1 and 2, and then we vote on 3 and 4.
I believe there was a motion on the table from the mayor, which I'm going to second because I knew you came in. So I just want to make sure that that gets due consideration, because I know I made a motion with the last one that didn't get a second, or I think I just took it away, but I was going to second the mayor's motion, which if you could restate, I'm sorry,
Mayor.
Council Member Horvath's motion, if you wouldn't mind restating it. So I guess the public could be understood because you did make that.
My motion was to approve items 1 and recommendations 1 and 2 as presented in the staff report, and to have items 3 and 4 considered along with all of the other public safety items and direction that was given to staff to come back to us at the beginning of next year.
I will second that.
I'd like to make a substitute motion that we vote on 1 and 2, and that we have a second vote on 3 and 4. I think it's fair for our constituents to know how we voted on this item.
So I guess that's the question, right? But I guess you made a motion, so if there's a second, then we can have a discussion.
I'll second it so we can discuss it, but I'm just not sure it's necessary. I think, Mayor, I think for me, what's come out of this most clearly is that all 5 of us are aligned on the idea and the understanding that our residents and our businesses have some fear, and that our priorities as a council with respect to public safety are aligned, and that we're all interested in doing as much as we can, as often as we can, to make sure that public safety remains a priority. So I'm not one to shy away from our conversations veering into the political, but I think in some way, maybe not doing that sends even a better message to our businesses and our residents. So I don't think there's any harm in voting on 1 and 2, but I have to say, if we vote on 3 and 4, I'm going to ask that we do what Councilmember Horvath suggested, which is that we consider that in when we come back with all of the changes for a community safety plan. It's unlikely that this could get up and running before the middle of January, and then maybe it's the middle of March. But I think if our public safety department is paying attention, she'll have another meeting with them tomorrow. And if our sheriff's captain and our Lieutenant Mulder are paying attention, they'll have more meetings with us. But I think mostly we have to get our residents and our businesses to be super clear about what the actual problems are and not what their fears are that are unfounded. And then we can address them directly and with positive results. So I did second your motion. I'm happy to vote on it. And we can vote on items 1 and 2, and I think that's a good plan.
That's fine. Let's go with Councilmember Horvath's motion. And I just want to go on record that although I will vote for this because I want 1 and 2 to happen, that I also wanted 3 and 4 to happen.
As did I. I mean, I was aligned with that, but I also, if it happens in January or it happens in March, it needs to be part of maybe, I think, a larger plan. Perhaps by then we'll have some understanding of the audit that we've asked for. Perhaps by then we'll have some of this fear shaken off. I, for one, am particularly interested in the fact that they're doing entertainment policing, and they're not, doing other things, but that's to be handled later, I suppose.
Okay.
So I guess I will take away my second and you'll take away your motion and we'll go back to
Substitute motion, and I believe David Wilson has his hand up.
All right, so I guess it wasn't clear to me. So in Councilmember Horvath's motion, would it be coming back in March, or are we looking at it coming back with the next 2-year budget?
I think it should come, I think this recommendation should come back with all of the other recommendations that council has given direction on to staff. My understanding was from the city council meeting that was focused on public safety items, that there was going to be a broader plan brought back to the council that included the results of all of that direction. And my motion is to include items 3 and 4 as part of that broader
Community
discussion.
safety.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's have a vote on Councilmember Horvath's motion. And was it Councilmember Erickson who seconded it?
Thank you. There's a motion and a second on the floor. Councilmember D'Amico,
Yes.
Councilmember Erickson,
Yes.
Councilmember Horvath,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Shine,
Yes.
Mayor Meister.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Great, thank you so much. Okay, excluded consent, there is none. Legislative, there is none. Is there a public comment?
We do not have anyone else signed up for the second public comment period.
Okay, council member comments?
Mayor, I was remiss to mention that if we could adjourn also in memory of Stephanie Martinez's father-in-law. I don't have his name offhand, but if we could work with our facilities team to make sure that this council adjourns in his memory as well, I appreciate that. I forgot to mention that at the beginning. Thank you.
Absolutely. Okay, then, if there are no comments, then this council is adjourned until Tuesday, January 18th, 6 p.m. Regular meeting, but we'll find out if it's a council chambers or a hybrid event a few weeks before, or the week before, or maybe a few days before. Everyone have a happy holiday. Thank you.
Happy New Year and happy birthday, Mayor. I think you're having a birthday before we see you again.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Mayor.
Bye.